Alright, forget it. I can't get it to work. Fucking Rainy Mood is just so goddamn loud. Why is it so loud? How come my thing isn't coming up? Okay, there we go. Hello. Hi, everyone. How are you guys? Hopefully you guys are doing real well today. I'm doing alright, actually. I've got a lot of things for us to do today, including listening to a bunch of stories, and I'm doing a new diamond painting, which it'll kind of be hard to see what it'll look like. I don't really have the picture of it. Early stream? Yeah, I stream early on Tuesdays and on Thursdays. Yeah. Tuesdays and Thursdays, early stream. Yes, yes, yes. Only for a little bit, though. Only for a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean like a couple months, I'm sure. Like a few months. But yes, yes. Hello, Lomax. Let me go ahead and shout out my entire welcome crew. Hi to Frito. Oh, hi, Heart. Oh, hi, Heart. Hello to Eternal. Hi, thank you for the lurk as usual. Good morning, good morning. Hello to Shadow, who is going to be lurking as well. I think Shadow's at work too, so thank you for coming by, Shadow. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the prime, Miss Sam, or I should say, Sam, I love you, because I actually have, this stream is going to feature the really cute frog that Sam got me for my birthday. So I am so excited to show their birthday present to you guys, because I don't think I've ever shown it to you guys before. It's very cute. It is the cutest frog. I've considered actually going for a frog. Like before I went bee, I was like, frog would be cute too, right? Frog would be adorable. But no, I went bee. I feel like there's quite a bit of frogs out there, so I was like, I don't wanna encroach on their territory, you know? Thank you for the 60 stream streak, Frito. Thank you. Hello to Bree and Shammy. Yes, though I was trying to have Rainy Mood or work, but it was just so freaking loud. It was like drowning out the music, and it probably drowned out the rest of the the videos and stuff too. So I was like, I guess no Rainy Mood. That's fine. It's actually storming here. That's why. Well, not really storming. It's just gently raining. So I was like, oh, I'll put a little bit of that in here, but no. But it was cozy. Yeah, I mean, I wanted something cozy, but oh well, it wasn't working for me. But anyway, so how has your mornings gone? Happy Tuesday. I had to think about it for a second. What day is it? Oh my god. It's already happening. It's already happening. For those who are new here and have never been to a CNC before, this is something that I used to do, I think last year. I have not done it in quite a while. I would do a craft, okay? I would do a craft, and we'd listen to some true crime together, and we talk and discuss and blah 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 blah. So I think it's fun to bring this back. It'll be a fun little thing to bring back in. I used to do this with Shammy. Unfortunately, of course, I'm deciding to do this on a weekday in the middle of the fucking afternoon. But one day it'll come back, and Shammy will be back too. Maybe Shammy will take a day off on a Tuesday. Maybe. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and first off, do a couple of telonym questions. Fuck off Tuesday. I mean, listen, doesn't always have to be Friday for fuck off to like apply, okay? Shame no shammy. Hello, Nazu. Are you at work right now? Are you taking a break? Take off Tuesday? Oh my god, that's so good. That's so good, Shammy. So true. Fuck off Tuesdays. No sound because lunch is almost over. No worries, Netsu, no worries. Thank you for stopping by. No worries. I give you heart. Yes, I give you heart. But okay, so let me go ahead and... Oh no, I got a freaking message from... I got followed by a professional graphic designer. Guys, no. Guys. If you don't like Nezu, you're incorrect. That's simple. That's true. You're just incorrect. You're just wrong. All right, let me go to telling him. And let's answer some questions before we actually start. I feel like my music is a little loud. Let me turn it down a little bit. Sorry, 1 second. It's a little loud in my ears. TBH. Not the professional graphic designer. Yeah, I know. The UX designer too. Oh man. Can they help you with things? Okay. So, let's go down to the questions here. Okay, so let's answer some questions from Telenym really quickly. For those who are not familiar with the system, I usually in the beginning of a stream before doing any content, though you guys consider this to be the content, I answer some burning questions that you guys may have using Telenym. This is the link to that. And if you wanted to ask some questions to me anonymously, there you go. You can ask some. Please just don't say things like, Jun, you suck, or like, wow, Jun, how could you not have Shammy in CNC? You were the worst. And I'd be like, all right, I'm gonna lurk and get some semblance of sleep. Okay, well, thank you for stopping by, Lomex. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I'll talk to you later. Hopefully the servers will be up later, by the way. Like I'm nearly dozing off in lunch. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No audio lurking while Wump gets ECT. Oh, no worries. Thank you, Ducky. Thank you for stopping by, and hopefully Wump, his treatment goes really well today. Yeah, we're all hoping that it goes well. Yeah, get some sleep, Lomex. Get some sleep. Good night. Get silly. We're getting silly. Hello. Hello. Kiak? Super Kiak? Super Ketchup. I got Hades as a backup anyway. Oh, that's fair. That's so fair. All right, so let's answer some of these questions. You have that link in case you want to send some to me today. I'll get there eventually, but I will get there. I will get there, I promise you. So my question here is, what do you think about people who spend a lot of money on clothes? I feel that it is very wasted if you're really young. If you're like 15, 16, or even younger, if you're like 10, you're gonna grow out of those really quickly. But if you are a grown-ass adult who is not fucking like growing anymore, then go for it. I feel like everybody has their one thing that makes them happy, and then they spend quite a bit of money on it. Maybe you could even say like at a ridiculous amount of money. You know, you're just like, wow, that's how could you spend that much money on a keyboard? June, what do you mean your keyboard is $500+ or things that like matter to you. IMO, like those are things just, you know, matter to you, then do it up. You know, you can have that one thing or maybe two things. Just make sure that your necessities are like Shemi said, just pay your bills. In addition, I would say make sure that you have enough to save in case there's an emergency, because like, let's say for example, there's a medical emergency. You want to make sure that you have a little bit of money there. So I think we are actually talking about this before in VC. We were talking about this in VC. I personally think that high schools, part of things like, oh my, I just realized my thing is broken. Part of their you know how you get like home ec and things like that. I think what's important too, there it goes. Sorry, the animation wasn't going. Part of it, I think personally, is somebody needs to teach you how to balance a checkbook, how to budget, and do things properly. Do things like that properly, because when you do, you're able to handle those things. And also the dangers, the correct way to use a credit card, because I feel like not a lot of people know how to use a credit card properly and educate about stocks and save. Exactly. How to save, how to use your savings, how to do stocks, things. If you're interested in doing stocks, what are your options there? Like being able to have an economics class and not only be about, you know, financial trends and blah, 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 like other things too. Like taking care of your money is so important, because honestly, I feel like what gets people in a lot of debt, besides like education and stuff like that, is them just not knowing, like literally just ignorance, straight ignorance. Like they just didn't know what a credit card was. They saw credit cards as, oh, just free money. Oh my God, I use it. Why would I not use a credit card? It's free money, right? I don't have to pay it until like 30 years later. No, girl. Like, that's not how it works. So I think sitting down with somebody, even having someone like I'm just throwing this out here, like having a banker come in as like a volunteer to teach high schoolers about how to spend their money would be really, really interesting and really, really helpful to navigate the modern world. Because I feel that a lot of parents, maybe they could try and it doesn't work out with their kid because maybe their kid is rebellious or whatever. I was kind of rebellious. My mom was like, let me show you how to do this, and I'm like, I don't want to do that. I want to play video games. Like and she's like, you'll need to know this later. And but then the thing is that, you know, some parents, they're not great teachers, right? Like the one thing that I didn't like about one of the reasons why I hated being taught by my mom was she was very condescending about things. Like she would be very condescending about like how to teach you. Like she'd I don't know, she'd act like you're fucking stupid, like you're two. Like so like we would be, I don't know, frying an egg, for example, and she'd be like, okay, now you flip it. And I'd be like, okay. And I'm trying to flip. And she's like, no, that's not how you do it. And she would just do it. And she's like, now you do it like this. And I'm like, well, I didn't do anything. You did it. Like, I learned nothing. you know, like she didn't, like, she can say, oh, flip it. But she doesn't say how. She didn't say, you know, try getting under the edge. You can, you know, scrape the all around the edge of the egg and then flip it that way. Or you can scrape it off of the entire surface and then flip the pan, like by pushing it forward and then back, and then like showing me and then having me like do the same thing, you know, like things like that. And I'm saying this as like somebody who has, I guess you could say, experience in teaching and education and stuff like that. So like knowing how to teach somebody and not making them feel like shit is so important. It's so important. So anyway, I'm getting off topic. Thank you. What would you like me to call you? Super, or is Kiak correct? Kiak, am I saying it correctly? Am I saying it incorrectly? Please let me know, and also let me know your pronouns. I love that you're here. Secrets. Okay, I get to call you Secret from here on out. Are you she, they? No worries. Okay. That's why I called them Super Ketchup. Okay, I will say Kiak. But no. At the end of the day, I don't think everyone has vices, but I think what's important is it doesn't matter what it is you're spending a lot on. What matters is you're getting what you need done. You have your priorities in check. So even though, yes, you want to spend a lot of money on clothes right now, maybe the climate of your, you know, of your finances allows you to do so, then go for it, right? But once you see, oh no, like something might happen, or I'm not being paid right now, or maybe I have less hours right now, then maybe you should put that on the back burner, you know? Please help, my family is starving and spent $5,000 on clothes. Okay, you're joking, but legitimately that's the case. Like, I had my I had a coworker, and honestly, statistically, a lot of low-income households actually do this because it's a symbol of status. This actually happened during the pandemic, actually, when people weren't getting paid. People would go and buy brand name stuff, even though they didn't have a job because of the pandemic, or they didn't have a lot of hours because of the pandemic, things like that. They would still go and buy things. Like, they would buy, like, giving you an example, my coworker, she was complaining about money and being like, my baby daddy isn't giving me money for like for my kids, for child support. I feel like I don't have enough money to like take care of these kids. And then like 2 days later, she showed me, oh my god, I got this new Burberry bag. I'm like, girl, you literally just said that you didn't have enough money for your kids. What happened? You're telling me that this is where your kids like money goes into? This bag? This ugly bag? Like, okay. Yeah, so it's actually pretty common, unfortunately. It's because people honestly, how do I say this? I think this is a lot of it is a psychological issue, or like a mental health issue, because a lot of people maybe need validation or need something to be proud of. Maybe they're not proud of their job. Maybe they're not proud of their kids. Maybe they're not proud of their cooking. They're not proud of themselves. So they end up buying something with their hard-earned money to be proud of something, and they end up making and crafting. Yes, we're talking for a little bit, and then we're gonna go into makers and crafts. Alien, this is a series that was actually kickstarted. I don't know how to describe it. Or crafting tea. Yes. Where I talk about true crime and make a craft. So I'm doing diamond painting today, but I haven't gotten there yet. I'm gonna talk about some questions that I've got here today. The question I got is, what do you think about people who spend a lot of money on clothes? That was the question. But yeah, it's pretty common when people weren't, during the pandemic, they weren't getting enough funds, their hours were cut, so they wanted to be proud of or make themselves happy with something physical. And I think at the end of the day, that is more of a mental health problem than it is like a logical problem. Like, it's not as if they don't know that's not something that they should do. They do know, but they need something, you know. So my answer is, if you've got the funds, then go for it. Everyone has their I should say, I think it's healthy. It's perfectly healthy to have a hobby or passion, I should say, a hobby or passion they're really into, that they can put in extra money. However, I think it's important to have priorities in your life. Know the priorities in your life. Important to know the priorities in your life. And put it on the back burner. In times of need. How's that? In times of need. There you go. It can also be hard if you have the wrong people around you, like people who also spend a lot. I agree. Yeah, or feel like you need to keep up. Junior, not beating the just chatting allegations are coming back. It's part of it. It's part of it, Box. It's part of it, okay? It's just part of it. That is very, very true, though. And hi, Astral. Hello. Actually, can I have... Oh my gosh, Erie's here, too. Can I have a shout out to Astral? To Shadow? And I will take care of Box and Erie. Box... Please follow these guys. They were amazing. They're my amazing friends. Oops, I did at SO. Oh my gosh, I'm insane. There we go. Thank you, Shami, for helping me with that. It can be really easy to be talked into something. I got talked into some white shoes. Though comfy, I realize how now they will not last and feel a little silly. I mean, I think that it just has to be a lot of self-control and also knowing yourself well too. You know what I mean? Like for example, right? I'm pretty hard to convince to get something because I usually sit on large, I sit on large purchases for at least a week. And I think, how many times have I thought about this throughout the week? Have I thought about it 2 or 3 times? Have I thought about it 5 or 6 times? Have I thought about it only twice? And if that's the case, if I've only thought about it twice, I think that's not worth it. You know, that's 100% not worth it. I hate making large purchases. I mean, when I think of large purchase, I think of anything, honestly, 50 or more. Like 50 or more, I'm just like, that's large, because to me, that's either 2 whole meals, okay? 2 whole meals, because I equate it to other things. 2 whole meals, or it could mean 1 to 2 pieces of artwork for stream. Like, if I can condense it to something else that's monetary that I have on a daily, yeah. A piece of me dies every time I get groceries. That's the reason why I always look at the bottom of my thing. And if it's higher than like 30 or 40, I feel better about myself. Because I feel like, oh my gosh, look at how much I saved. I saved almost like $60. Woo! And I paid like over 100. That's amazing. You know, things like that. The artwork reference, it's true. I'm like, okay, listen, if I decide to do that, then it means not getting this artwork done. It means not getting that artwork done. Things like that. I'm pretty cheap, so it's usually not a problem. Yeah, I'm pretty frugal too. I don't want to say like cheap as in like I don't like to pay my way for things. I usually do, actually, even abhorrently so, but like annoyingly so. But like I spend 2 to 3 weeks before I go for art. I am very careful. Like, I have a small kind of a spreadsheet about the ideas that I have for art, but I'm like, oh, who am I going to have do this? Like, I have to kind of like be matchmaker with my ideas and the correct artist, right? So yeah. Okay, so next question, you guys. Maybe I should just change this. I'll change it to just chatting for now because I'm doing so many questions. Excuse me, can I get a shout out for Shammy? I sure fucking will. Hold on 1 second. Also, awesome. That's amazing that you were playing some Dead by Daylight, Astral. I want to play with you someday. For real. Ah, yes, the spreadsheet. Many spreadsheets. I have several spreadsheets for at least streaming, but lots of spreadsheets for work. So. We've seen the spreadsheet. I mean, yeah, I have a lot of spreadsheets for just a lot of things though. Like for budgeting, for streaming, for the games that I get to play, to blah 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 blah. You were playing The Sims 4. It was stinky in there, huh? Kusai Kiddos. I saw your title. I was like, oh my god, she fucking did it. She actually did Kusai Kiddos. I have so many spreadsheets for random crap. World building, enemy list. I know, me too. I made a new spreadsheet for Pokemon. I literally made a new spreadsheet for Pokemon Shield. It's ridiculous. I gave you proper credit. For real? You didn't have to, but that's great. Thank you. Okay. What are your thoughts on people who blame a woman's outfit for unwanted attention? I think that's stupid. I think that's so dumb. I think it's so dumb. I think it's okay to pop a boner, but not okay to start giving women weird fucking like comments, okay? Like, it's okay, you horny, she hot, that's whatever. But like, my strimmer, hello. Hi, Const. I'm horny, she's hot. The question was, what are your thoughts on people who blame a woman's outfit for unwanted attention? Okay, Const. But like, my thought is, it's okay to pop a boner. It's okay to be horny. It's okay to be like, wow, she is hot aesthetically, but it is not okay to come over there and smack her ass, okay? It is not okay to go over there and verbally be like, wow, can I take you home? It's just like, bitch, please step off. We're like, I'm horny. I don't necessarily exactly. You can be horny. It's not illegal to be horny, okay? And it's not illegal to be like, wow, I am very attracted to her, okay? And that outfit, wait, you're allowed? You are. I'm giving you the permission box. I know it's crazy, but I'm giving you the permission. But it is not allowed to go. You know how like museums you know how the museums are like, please do not touch the art piece. They have the fucking like red rope around the art piece. I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. You wouldn't know I'm horny unless it's /show. Exactly. Like you can walk around. It can probably be uncomfortable, I'm sure. But like relax. like you have a girlfriend, you have a hand. go and fix that. I don't know. Somewhere else, not in public though. Like, I get I know. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way. Oh, speaking of, should I hold on. Let me go ahead and do a couple things. So this is my setup. This is how you're gonna see everything. Things are kind of delayed. I don't know why it's delayed through this camera, but it is. Here is my gift that Sam gave me. Look at this little frog. You're so cute. I know. Wait, double June. Double June. Oh yeah, that's true. Double June, double the fun. Oh my god. Cute frog. Yeah, so cute. Your webcam mic is probably on. Oh yeah. My webcam mic is for BTube Studio. Echo? I got it. Don't worry, guys. Sorry. Is this better? Is this better? No. There's no double. It's still doubling. I've got it. It's that. Got it. That should be it. That should be good. Woo! I found it. My bad. Thank you for helping me. Thank you. We're doubling? Wait. Are you doubling or not doubling? I'm only seeing one mic thing. No, you're fine. Okay. Ooh. Okay, so let me move my keyboard. I need new keycaps, by the way. I've been using these keycaps for like fucking 5 years. Salary. Hi, Salary. So this is my tea. I'll put you over here. This is my tea over here. Let me remove my browser for 1 second. There we go. This is my tea thing. I put tea or water in here with my tea leaves and it's awesome. I got delay June. You do have delay June. Okay. And this is my teacup. Just a nice white cup. Very simple white cup. All right, I have to be very careful with pouring this. It is hot. Okay. And that'll sit for a little bit. What kind of tea? It's genmaicha. This is the reason why you see all the brown bits here. That's because that's brown rice. Relax. You're good. This is the reason why I didn't fill you up all the way. Even though I could. Anyway. Okay. But yeah, so I'm just like moving things around. I'm gonna move you over here, back over here. I just want to show people my. Sorry, I was cleaning my desk. It's just my Clorox wipe. I promise. It's not like this or something. All right, back over. Sorry. What did I want to show you? Oh, that's why, because hydrate. So I wanted to show you that I'm steeping my tea. So I'm steeping it for 11:52 since it's been there for about a minute. So 11:52. All right. So the question is, you can be horny and attracted to a woman, but it doesn't mean you get to talk to her or touch her. It's like at a museum when they say, please do not touch the artwork. Keep your hands off. Thanks. Smiley. Okay emoji. I can't touch her. That's why exactly I brought my mouse pad. Exactly. That's what your hand is for. That's what your hand is for. Is there someone you trust completely? That's a really good question. Is that for you guys or is that for me? Is that for me or is that for you guys? Shame me? You're a bad const. Whose side? I'm kind of bad, dog. Yeah. Well, go spank yourself for that. 'Cause I ain't doing it. You're too old. must get spanked. Hello, hello. Hi, Pigeon. That's not hot enough. I need someone else to do it. Oh my god. Can you... Is there like a self-spanker on Amazon or something? Let's make it warm and toasty. I'm trying. Alien? What is that? Is that boomer bile? It definitely does look like it. Oh, it's pesto. One of those stretchy slapping hands. The ones you get from fucking Chuck E. Cheese. The sticky hands. I mean, my mom used sandals before and my dad used belts. Oh, I wonder what I would use. I look to my right. Immediately there's my keyboard, like my keyboard rest wrist. I use my rest wrist. My body told me no on disc golf. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you know, it's nice to get some energy out, like either way. Even if disc golf doesn't work out, maybe like some stretches or something. I've considered doing some yoga stretches together with community in the morning. That'd be fun, right, Shami? We could do some yoga in the morning, early in the morning before work or something. That'd be fun. And hi, ZK. How was your day today, ZK? Are you over at work today? Are you off today? Let me know. Oh, I steeped my tea for too long. Here. Let me show you. So what's cool about this Ingenuity is I can put it over my cup. I may as well be a salesman for it. And I can just push it down a little and it filters. Depending on how early. Well, I mean, I get up at around 6:45 my time, which is 7:45 your time. We could do 10 minute to 15 minute stretches. All right. And honestly, TBH, I kind of like doing a second pour. I actually put quite a bit of leaves in here, so I think I'll be okay even if it's the second pour. Okay. I used to have one. They're great, aren't they? They're amazing. Amazing little things. Okay, so back to the question. Is there somebody that I trust completely? I would say Shami is probably the closest thing to trust. Like, I do trust KB. I do. Obviously, I have to trust him since he's, you know, my partner. But at the same time, I've known Shami for so long. Like, there is many years behind that. You know what I mean? There's so many years. It's really hard to kind of contest. You know what I mean? It's hard to contest, and I feel like Shami would always want the best for me. Like, she's always looking to do the best for me, regardless. So yeah. I trust Shami with my life. That's the thing, is I would do my absolute most to make it so she would never be in that situation ever. I'd be like, I would never want to put that much pressure on Shami to a point where she would have to make a decision on my livelihood. I'd be like, well, if I'm in the situation, this is my fault. Bitch, you could have done something different. You didn't. Now Shami has to make decisions for you. How dare you? Huh. And there's your 5-minute hydrate, by the way, Shami. You'll probably just not tell me about it until after the... me too. See, this is the reason why I trust Shami, because Shami already knows what I would do. Shami already knows me. She knows exactly what I would do. She'd be like, oh, Jun, like, is dying, and she's been dying for the past 2 hours. She's gonna tell me 2 minutes before she dies. Oh, that's so good. Oof, outfriending me? Nah, no. I would say, okay. I would say Shammy and then KB. Mm, then maybe my sister. I don't know. It's hard. It's less that like I trust my sister. Oh, no, I trust my sister in emergency situations to do the right thing, and say the right thing too. Yeah. So I don't know. It's a hard it's a different kind of trust, I think, too. I don't think anyone trusts me. I'm too much of a rat to be trusted. But I'm okay. Oh, okay. So let me go ahead and do that, and I'll just put Shammy and KB because, or I can put my sis ? In emergencies. There you go. I think there can be different kinds of trust. I agree. There definitely can be different kinds of trust. There's people who you can trust overall to do the right thing. There are people who you can trust as friends that will be confidential with all your information. There are other people who you can trust that you can trust their word, like you don't trust that they're lying to you, things like that, which honestly is a basic amount of trust, but it is what it is. Is it okay to be with somebody who gets all jealous when I talk to others? This is a really good question, and I kind of know someone who kind of is in this situation. Personally, I think that it's kind of unhealthy. I think it's very unhealthy and controlling when a person gets jealous that you're talking with others and is possessive of you. It's controlling your social life. Personally, like KB and I, he has his own group of friends that he plays games with and talks with and stuff like that too. And it's not only friends that we share. There are times where he talks to them personally, and let's say we're doing things that are separate. I also think it's important for couples to have separate time from each other. I think it's actually pretty unhealthy when people are connected at the hip, because it means that they don't have independence of each other and they don't know how to live as individuals. So my answer is no. I don't think it's healthy in the long run. And I personally think that it's kind of controlling. It's controlling your social life. When they shouldn't have the ability to do so. Couples, even if they live together or want a life together, should have a healthy dose of individualism. A healthy dose of individualism where they can live their lives as, I want to say as a single person. It's not as a single person, as an individual with their own personalities, quirks, vices, without being attached to another person. There we go. That was a little long, but that's how I feel. Okay, I'm bored as fuck. Suggest something to do, doesn't matter what. Okay, I will suggest something to do. And I will suggest go touch grass. No, I'm kidding. No. try, let's say, try a new game. If you're into games, Hades 2 came out. Go for a walk or something isn't the worst idea. No, I was gonna say, if you're a video gamer, go for Hades 2. If you are someone who wants, let's say combine your goals that you have in your life right now. Let's say you want to, I don't know, get fit. Okay, look at your local parks, or look at your local parks and the kind of programs that they offer. Some park programs offer things like free yoga, free CrossFit, free, you know, like, oh, how to, like, free a Tai Chi and things like that. Sometimes some are like, hey, there's a volunteer thing, you know, like that you can do. There are different things that you can do that will alleviate boredom, I think. I think being able to create a schedule for yourself that involves a lot of a variety of things is important. So I'm gonna say try a new game. If you're into games, Hades 2 just came out. If you like walking outside, go for a walk. Or check your local parks for any interesting programs. Pick up a new skill that's creative, such as some crafts. Let's say some yarn crafts, or painting, or I'm thinking of other like creative crafts that you can do. Yarn arts, painting, or if you want to, I'll say yarn arts or painting. Let's say I'll say at the end, try to find some ways to push your goals that you may have. There you go. I want to get into swimming again. Swimming sounds great. Currently, I don't know if, well, I mean, it just stopped raining right now, but before it wasn't rain. Before it was like amazing weather. It was like 70s, 80s, like perfect weather for swimming. IMO. Okay. Do you answer all the people that write you a DM? Most of the time. If I ignore you, ignore a post that you made. My bad. Just send me another ping. Send me another ping. And I'll answer. There you go. Okay, so I think I've answered a few good questions. I'm working on the list that I have here. Okay. So that I'll finish it there and actually work on or do the content that we wanted to do today. Let me check some of this stuff. Okay. All right. So let's get to making stuff, huh? Jeez. My keyboard is so goddamn heavy. Fuck, the GMMK Pro is so fucking heavy. Which is great because it means that my keyboard doesn't move around anymore, or doesn't move around much. And I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. Okay. If you see dog hair, no you don't. Okay, so before we get into crimes though, I kind of want to watch the new the new stuff for Honkai Star Rail. I don't know if you guys have seen it much at all. And I'll unpack stuff while I'm watching it. So let's go ahead and do that. Do you guys see this? You guys do. Awesome. That's great. Okay. Why does it look dark above there? Oh, it's because it's part of the freaking overlay. Duh. Okay, so I have not seen any of the Robin trailers. Either the Robin trailer or the Myriad Celestia trailer. So we're gonna watch those together if you guys are okay with that. Let's do 720 is fine. You guys ready? I'm gonna get this stuff ready while we're doing it. All right, let's go. Oh, she's cute. It's cute. The song is cute, yeah. Have you seen this yet, Shemi? It's cute. I wonder if they're starting to do more music video stuff, because they did it for Adventuring. That was cute. That was really cute, actually. I can see a lot of people enjoying that song. Okay, so let's try Myriad of Celestia, or Myriad Celestia trailer. I'm not sure what this is about. I've seen like gifs of the Robin trailer before. Apparently there's a lot of little details in the video that people have said that like, oh, they're interested in, or they're like little details about like the lore of what's happening with her. So I don't want to say too much because I know that somebody here is also going to Honkai Star Rail, so I don't want to put too much info in there. But let's go ahead and try watching let's go ahead and watch the Myriad Celestia one.
Thank you for tuning in to this interview. As Miss Robin mentioned, her introduction to music came from her mother. During that disaster...
You're fighting again? Mom? Don't be afraid. Look here. It's a bird. Look, a bird. I want to hear more of Miss Robin's story. Do you know her, Miss? Let me tell you all a secret. This bird knows Robin. It knows all about her. During that disaster, Robin couldn't hear anything except for the loud ringing in her ears. But she knew that her mother was singing to her. She could see her mother's lips moving. She could feel her mother's breath. You will be safe and sound. She could hear that silent wish.
Thank you, Sam. I see you. Thanks. Thanks
One
for the
day,
like.
you'll step onto an even bigger stage. Even more people will hear you sing, and they'll sing with you.
No, I'll sing with both of us, brother.
Oh,
Right.
Sunday can
Both of us.
sing? I was not
She
aware.
wanted to spread that wish through song. And weave in even more wishes. But behind the beautiful sounds, there were noises of disharmony. Sounds of
Who was that?
everything encircled her.
I've never
The
seen them
voices of
before.
Many followed her.
Oh, never mind, JK. I think I know who that is. Maybe not?
She thought about fleeing, but something always stopped her.
Oh, never mind. It's her. JK. Hi, Saj. How are
Never turn her
you?
back on her audience. Or herself. The self that others protected. That wanted to protect others. That others forgave. That wanted to forgive others. That wanted to make her wishes come true.
Is this really
Wanted to
cute?
make others' wishes come true.
They're
For
putting a
every
lot.
self, for every wish, she couldn't give up.
Miss, I also want to sing on stage and sing for Miss Robin. Can my wish come true?
I'm okay.
Of
Good.
course it can. Let's start now. The songs you sing, she will absolutely love them.
Thank you, Miss Robin. I want to be a doctor. I want to keep singing when I grow up. The fighting's almost over.
Brother, our wish is slowly coming true.
Gosh, how am I gonna open
This
this?
is the end of our interview. It is reported that Miss Robin has now left for Penacony. Dear friends, we hope to see you again
Oh,
on
this-
the planet of festivities.
This is before Penacony. Okay. Interesting. So that was her before she ended up going in onto Penacony? But I feel like... Right, first off, I'm gonna have to get scissors for that, so I'll be right back. But I'm glad you're doing well, Saj. I'm glad you're doing well. Hopefully, the rest of your day... Wait, what time is it right now for you? I know it's pretty late right now, right? It's the evening? I'm gonna grab my scissors really quickly and I'll be right back, okay? Okay, scissors got. Awesome. Alright, so today we're actually gonna watch some Sinister. But yeah, I just wanted to at least say it was really cool to watch some of the Robin stuff. They put a lot of effort into the recent stuff. Like all of HSR stuff has been popping off. Like all of the venturing stuff that came out was really good. And now with Robin, I can't imagine what's gonna happen when freaking Firefly comes out. I want Firefly, but I don't, because like I want Firefly for Sam. but pretty much nothing else. Like, Firefly is an okay character for me. Like, she's kind of cute, but Sam as a mech, brother, I cannot help it. Okay, so let's start working away. I brought some extra little like plastic liner in case I need to get my hands in there, but let's listen to some true crime. So right now we're gonna listen to Sinister. This is from Bose versus the World. Bose is awesome because her series Sinister is about female killers, and they tend to have like, this isn't for all female killers, but female killers tend to have more motivations when it comes to killings, and a lot of just drama when it comes to it. Like, this is like long time coming stuff, so it makes for really good like true crime stories. It's not just, hey, you know, this person just wanted to kill. It was more, usually, typically. So let's go ahead and watch Backcountry Devil. The killer is Teresa Wilson Bean Lewis.
We create the world with what we know. And unfortunately for Teresa Lewis, she didn't know much.
Also, please let me know if it's too low or too high, okay? In terms of volume.
That's even where she met her first husband. That guy's name was Billy Bean. Yeah, we're in Danville, Virginia. But to most people, Teresa had it all. Marriage, family, a comfortable life. But being a kept woman in a poor town doesn't have many bells and whistles. She wanted more. She wanted excitement. And she found that in a 21-year-old guy that she met in a Walmart while waiting in line.
Ew.
This life-changing meeting quickly goes from
Wait, how old was she?
Sexcapades in parking lots with her daughter to
with her daughter?
Murders I've ever seen. And Teresa, not to spoil it, but they executed her.
Oh. Okay. We're going in hard today, apparently. First story, just go, oops, that's upside down. Come on, Jun.
Teresa Michelle Wilson was born April 25th in 1969 in Danville, Virginia. Yes, she is originally from there. This is one of those small towns where when you're born there, you don't always leave. I mean, don't get me wrong. Some people get out, but you know exactly what I mean.
Oh, like
There's
small
not
towns
much
can't leave.
inspiration going on. There's not
Yeah,
many people that
not
get
many
out,
people want to
so a
go
lot of
like to a
residents
city.
Don't really think that it's possible for them. Now, Danville isn't just your typical suburb. It's got more of an industrial feel. Most of the residents either worked in the textile factories or the tobacco farms. So this means that people had jobs for their entire lives. Like, why leave? And also, it means there are a lot of transplants as well. People would travel up to work at Dan River Textile Mill, which was one of the largest in the South. Back in the 1960s,
Oh gosh, there's so many.
this textile mill employed over 18,000 people in a city where the population was only about 50 or 60,000. I mean, this place took over the whole town. Families worked here, couples worked here, couples met here. And also, this was a place where people were doing a lot of labor with their hands. It was very exhausting. So their lives were very much get up in the morning, you know, talk to your family for 2 seconds.
Yeah, do you think you'd be able to handle a life like that? Oh my gosh.
And then just come home and be tired.
Idaho
Really,
sounds like my
that's it.
city.
And that's what
Hi,
over
Shiro.
30% of the
Hi.
population in the city was doing. Now, people that worked
Really?
in factories and were able to control their budget could.
I don't know. I don't think I would be able to
honestly
do
save
it.
quite a
It's
bit of
too
money,
mundane
especially
for
if
me.
it's passed down from family member to family member.
Like, I was
You
losing my
could
mind
acquire a bit of
by
wealth in
like
Danville.
my
But
fifth
Teresa's
year
family was
in
not
retail.
wealthy
I was
at
just
all. They were
fucking
poor,
losing
and
my
they
mind.
worked at Dan River Textile Mill for very, very meager pay.
Can I
Teresa's
have
family
a
were not
shout
the
out
type of people
for
that were
Shiro, by the
coming
way?
in and giving this
Thank you,
job
thank
their
you.
all, asking for raises, saving money. No, they did their jobs and then went home and got drunk or went for the high life, went for some adrenaline. I mean, their day-to-day was so boring. These are the type of people that were looking for excitement. They definitely were
I'm
not saving
sure.
for their future. But in towns like this, you know, getting drunk after work, or
Manor
going out to
Lords.
bars
I've never
and
heard of
going
that before.
dancing
Manor
and
Lords.
talking to people, that
What's
was
it about?
normal. That's
What's
how
Manor Lords
people
about?
blew off a little bit of steam. Another thing that was pretty normal for Teresa and her family was they went to church every single Sunday. She was a church-going girl. And usually in the South, when you see somebody that is going to the church week over week, every
Early
Sunday,
Access
maybe
City
they're doing a
Simulator.
Bible
Oh,
study on
okay.
Wednesdays, you
Oh,
just
yes,
kind
yes,
of
yes.
assume that they have some like strong religious morals, but really you'll find that going to church every Sunday did absolutely nothing for Teresa. Things are slow. Things are boring.
That's
but
for the case
that's
for a lot of
life in
people.
Danville.
I feel like
Until
people
Teresa
went to
turns
church because they
16,
were
and she
honestly
meets a
bored.
guy at
They
church.
they
I want to be
wanted
very
to
clear,
like
there's a lot of
they
stories
wanted a
that
community,
you'll go
but they really
through
didn't care
where
about the
there's
teachings. You know
younger
what I mean?
girls that end up dating some sleazy older guy that basically traps her into a relationship. But that wasn't exactly the case with Teresa. By all accounts,
16th century
Teresa
city
liked
simulator.
older men. She liked older men because she could go out
Okay,
and do the
okay.
things that she wanted to do with them, like go to bars, go drinking, go out dancing. People said that when Teresa found an older
This is when
guy
she was
that she
younger?
liked, she would heavily pursue them. Now, this could all still be some type of trauma response, but I just want to paint an accurate picture of who Teresa was when she was 16 years old.
Oh,
She
she was
saw these older
16.
guys as kind of a status symbol of look at how mature I am, and also she saw them as a means to do things that she wanted to do, which were a little bit more adult. Now, this guy was Billy.
Oh, I know what type
He
of
was
girl she
20
was.
years
That's
old,
pretty
and
common
Teresa
though,
was
for girls
16
to be
years
like,
old.
wait,
Now,
how old was he? 20? No, to be honest, like I can definitely like how many of you guys were like this when you were younger, when you were a teen, you were like people would baby you in a way. They'd be like, "Oh my God, oh, you're not old enough for that." And you're constantly like trying to one up them or be like, "Yes, I am. I'm so mature. Like I'm more mature than you think I am." Like that type of thing. I think it's so common in a lot of teenagers. They have a lot to prove because constantly adults are not taking them seriously, and because of that, they put themselves in kind of, you could even call like dangerous positions or like situations that they shouldn't, simply because they wanted to prove themselves. It's still like that. Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. It's like I definitely know what that feels like because I've been that way. I've been like, you know, I'm better than that. Like I can prove myself and stuff like that. And you end up like doing things maybe you're not ready for because of that. And I think that's what's happening here. That's what happened here. For sure. That's partly why older men going for teenage girls is so predatory. They know that some of these girls are trying to appear more mature. For sure. I mean, there are a lot of, okay, I don't know about you guys, and I've seen pictures of like 12-year-old girls who literally look my age. Like they decide to do their makeup to make themselves look like they're older, and they're like 15 years old. Like, brother, you're 15. Girl, you are 15. Why are you trying to make yourselves look like you're 21? Why are you trying to make yourselves look like you're 25? You know what I mean? It's actually kind of scary. It's terrifying. I'd be afraid if I were a guy trying to date, and be like, "Hey, how old are you?" And like if she says that she's 25, maybe, like it's possible with all the makeup. I mean, it's possible she could be lying to you, but it's scary if she is. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's kind of scary. I would definitely say it's kind of scary to date. I don't understand the obsession of trying to appear older. I think it's the idea that they want to be taken more seriously, like all these younger girls, so they dress older, they look older because they don't want to be babied. um I think also it has to do with our current sort of beauty standard. I feel like your current beauty standard is like between the ages of like 20 to 25. They want to go through puberty early, dress provocatively, and do the yeah, because there's all these Instagram and Instagram girls that are around that age that like all these guys around their age maybe or guys that they like that are older are like, man, I really like the way that she looks, and it's like they can't be that way because they're not grown. They just aren't grown. You know what I mean? They're just not grown. But they try. Instead they try to look that way, like as much as possible. The classic misunderstanding from the best way to be taken seriously is the attitude, not the appearance. I agree. I think that how do I say this? Hi, Sil. How are you, by the way? A combination of this and social media influence, like June was saying. Yeah, yeah, I agree. It's not that they want to be old, they want to be respected. Yeah, they want to be respected. They want to be like, I'm mature and people should be taking me seriously. But I think the way that people should be taking you seriously is not the way that you look. It's the way, like Gary said, it's the way that you carry yourself. And it's less so about the way that you look. Because if somebody can look older, that doesn't mean that they don't have a mind of a child. There's many people like that, honestly. Even like who are the age that they are. Like there are people who are in their 40s who act like children. So I mean, that's not attractive either. You know what I mean? Like me, no, Shiro is not a child or does not act like a child. Also, as a teenager, teenage boys tend to be less mature, and a lot of girls aren't interested in that. I mean, I sure wasn't, for sure. I know. I wasn't interested in less mature guys, or childish guys, but there were guys that had really nothing to do with age. At the end of the day, more had to do with how you, like I said, carry yourself. And it had nothing to really do with the way that you looked. I am in the 40s. I know, but you do not act like a child, that's for sure. I feel like being Asian, having the Asian baby face, I had to learn how to make myself appear more that way when physically and vocally it's harder. I can see that. Well, I think I really stopped kind of really like facially aging too much when I got in my mid 20s. Like maybe when I was like in 26 or something. I feel like I mean there were subtle changes, but not anything drastic where it was like, wow, you are clearly fucking 30, you know? Oh jeez, I fucked up. All right. Come on over here. We are. I feel like I really only started aging now. Really? I mean, that's great though. That's great genetics. Again, like I think it has a lot to do with genetics or no, with the way that you carry yourself. So even if you are old, you are older, or if you are younger, if you carry yourself maturely, then who cares? And if that's, but for that, honestly, for people who are like that though, for young teenagers who are like that, that comes with emotional and mental maturity, and that comes with time. But you can't speed up time like that. So I guess that the only way that they find they could reach that would be physically. I'm near 40. I act like a child in public for the ha-has. One-on-one, apparently, I'm completely different. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, some people act different when they're in a group, and then other people are different when they're, like, personal. Like, even, like, in groups of 3 or whatever it is. I definitely feel like I want to be, when it comes to groups, I feel like a lot of people don't take initiative sometimes, so sometimes I'll take initiative and then other times I won't. It really depends, but that's probably the only thing I can think of that I change. Otherwise, I'm just as silly or just as chill. It really depends. Okay. Falling down the stairs is timeless. All right, let's continue. I never seen you as silly. Oh god. Shammy has seen me be ridiculous sometimes. In groups, I'm the jester. One-on-one, I'm very supportive, understanding. That's so fair. I can see that.
Nowadays, we would be mean mugging this relationship. 16 and 20 years old, she's still in high school. But this was normal for people in the South, and they just said, oh, she found someone. I know the climate of the internet is a lot different now because a lot of us have dated these older guys, and we look back on it like, what the fuck was I thinking? That guy was a creep. But people welcomed this in Teresa's life, so much so that she dropped out of high school and got married to him.
Wow, what? At 16?
So there's elements of Teresa liking these older guys and pursuing them, but then there's
that's a little
elements
fast,
of the town
don't
just
you
kind
think?
of enabling this type of behavior. You know, drop everything in your life at 16 and marry this guy and become a dedicated wife. I think it's really, really important to take ourselves out
ridiculous is something that, wow, okay, Shara.
In this time period,
I
so
see,
that you
I
can
see.
understand how unprogressive Danville was. There was almost no way out. And for them, the schematic of being happy was getting married, going to church, and having a family. And that's what they did. Now, that's Teresa's family that says, yeah, you go, girl, go do that. Go drop out of school in the 11th grade and marry that church-going guy. Can you believe it?
Oh, girl is dumb as fuck, that's for sure.
This is still the sentiment in small towns, or if like the internet completely broke this up. But it's just
love makes blind, but mostly dumb. I'll be blind my whole life. Oh, my family name makes me blind by default.
It was Teresa's new mother-in-law.
Agile.
She actually.
Let me know when you're out. Let me know when you're out, Sil. I don't want you to miss any of the story. In the meantime, we can talk a little bit more. How do you like this new diamond painting, by the way? It's really cute, right? Here, I'll put in some music. It's really cute, isn't it? It's like a little cup and has little clouds coming out. Thank you for the sub. I've escaped Agile. Nice. Okay, I can continue. Thank you for the sub to Sil, by the way. Shiro, you're amazing. No more ads. Oh, thank you. Enjoy the ad-free viewing, Sil, and the new emotes. It's hard to tell what it is right now. Yeah. All right, here. Ew, Sil.
Later went on to say that Teresa was, quote, not quite
the lickies.
Right. She called this out from the beginning, but, you know, it's Danville. We're not really causing many problems. We're just keeping to ourselves and going to the textile mill. But Teresa's new mother-in-law was kind of side-eyeing her. But, I mean,
really?
That's what she saw. I do know that in the South and in Christian communities, we tend to minimize mental health. She may have had blaring signs of something being wrong, but in the South, we dwindle it down to something's not right, but I'm not going to get into that. But she noticed Teresa was odd. Whatever her mother-in-law sees is unclear.
By the way, I'm not doxing myself, so I'll tell you my family name. Young Love. Aww, that is a cute name.
Because remember, she was a
my family name would translate to Hardfield.
She didn't
I see.
have any concept of life. She didn't have any goals or aspirations. She didn't know how to deal with any of her emotions, and now she's dealing with her first divorce at 18. Well, she does what everybody else does. She got
divorced in 2 years?
And then she also gets addicted to painkillers. People
Yeah.
that come from a family that have a history of addiction are so prone to substance abuse when they encounter an emotion that is heavy and they don't know how to deal with. Grief is heavy. Abandonment is heavy. Feeling like you're not good enough is heavy. These are all things that could be circulating in an 18-year-old girl when she's
Oh my gosh.
going through her first divorce.
She's
So
going.
Teresa doesn't know
Can
how
you
to
fucking
deal with
imagine that? You're 18, you still have hormones going on, and you're going through grief and a bunch of just. You're going through your first divorce. That would be ridiculous. The US has the highest rates of divorce. Would not. 100% would not surprise me if that were the case. Not gonna lie.
Danville just modeled a behavior of keep your head down, keep working, have a drink about it. And that's the thing.
Drink about
When
it?
you do drugs,
Not even
when you
talk
do
about it,
drugs,
just drink
when
about
you
it.
Drink, it numbs out this emotion. And so anytime that feeling of I'm not good enough comes up, you can just drink it away. Anytime that you feel that abandonment, you can just numb it out. And this becomes the cycle. And
I totally forgot. Can you? I have. Oh my gosh, I'm opening up everything, and not the actual thing. I had a copy pasta that I would like for this to be. If you can please pin this for me, Shemi, because I cannot. Because you mean growth hormones? No, I mean like females don't stop growing until they're 21. Okay, so you have. Oh, yes. Then yes, growth hormones. Their growth hormones also affect you mentally. So just hormones in general on top of, your monthly cycle, things like that. If that's the case, then there's so much you can go with, especially if you're going through a divorce, and then also self reflection and things like that of that nature. It stops at 21 is a generalization. Exactly. It is a generalization. Sometimes it stops earlier, sometimes it stops later for others. Other hormones is pretty much all the time active for us. Yes.
from a very young age, she never, ever learned how to deal with any emotions. She just numbed them out. At this point, she's broke, addicted to drugs and alcohol, and divorced. So,
Oh my gosh.
she goes to work at Dan River Textile Mill. Today's sponsor is Miracle. And
She
it's
goes
funny
to-
because look, y'all know I barely sleep at night, but when I do and I need a good sleep, telling these stories, these people may seem very, very. You know, I love a deal.
There we go.
Go to trymiracle.com/sinister. Now, I want to remind you guys, which I kind of try to do through every Sinister episode, that when I'm telling these stories, these people may seem very, very human in the beginning. But that's why a lot of us watch true crime. We want to know, oh my God, how did somebody get to the point of
Yeah, like what
murder?
happened
And that's what I want to know too.
in the
I wanna know
process?
this so
What
I
the
can look
heck?
at the people around me or look at myself as well and figure out how this happened. I mean, it's a self-defense thing that we kind of have. We're looking at our surroundings wondering, are you going to kill me? Could I kill somebody? What led somebody to this point? Especially a woman that may have been through some things that you've been through, right? So my entire point of the show is to look for the human at the beginning, but the human that went wrong and did something that now has them cast out of society, which is murder. When you kill someone, you are no longer in the same societal group as the rest of us. And I want to know when that point happens. So I want to remind you that sure, I do try to find the human in these people in the beginning, but there's a reason for that. And there's always a point where they go off the beaten path. If you're ever listening to one of these stories and you feel like you've been through something similar that they have, don't forget, these people are killers. They let their perfectly normal problems that a lot of us have been through before consume them to the point of murdering another human being. You can listen to the story. You can understand.
That seems to be perfectly fine. So tell that to the Army, Navy, police, and criminals. We are focusing on solely the latter. Solely the latter.
While Teresa was working at Dan River Mill, she ends up meeting a guy named Julian Lewis. Julian was also somebody that lived in Danville his whole life. He graduated from high school in Danville, went off to serve in the army, did his time, and came back and worked at the textile mill.
I feel like it's so weird to be in a really small city because everyone you would have known, right? They're like, it's like dating your cousin. Kind of weird, isn't it?
And decided, he wanted to come back home. He didn't mind Danville. He also had gotten married at 21 years old, and he had 3 children with his wife, Kathy, Jason, and Charles, who goes by CJ. After Julian quit the army,
Only if you don't love your... Oh my gosh, depends on what you consider small. I don't know how small Danville is.
Wake up in the same place every day and do the same kind of things and just have the love of his wife and his family. And I was describing how Danville can be kind of dead end, kind of boring. But look, for some people, they like it. And I like the angle that Julian comes from. It comes from a place of my family gives me joy. My family gives me excitement. Teresa, she was a 16-year-old girl that didn't get along that well with her family, and she didn't have any kids.
Okay,
so
I need
she
more
didn't
of
have the
this
same
one.
joy. She didn't have the same... She didn't care. Julian, he had seen the world, and he wanted to come back home. While Julian is working as an electrician at the mill, his wife, who had been quite sick for a while, was getting worse. He had moved back to...
The thing that they gave me is broken, but I think it's okay. I can still work with it.
His kids. He was a hardworking man. He was a very hardworking man. But his wife started to pass very slowly. And to watch a spouse slip away from sickness in such a slow fashion is devastating. And during this time, he was very...
My city fits 4 times in New York State.
Day to day, when he would come...
That is very small. That is very small. New York State, holy shit. I would say like 5,000 or less.
Slipped into his life. Now, once again, there's a huge...
5,000 I would consider is pretty small, yeah.
Julian when they meet. And Julian is...
It's generally what I'm thinking.
It's worse on July 26th, 2000, when his wife actually does pass away. And right there nearby is Teresa. Now, earlier I was explaining to you guys that Teresa did like...
Did Teresa fucking kill her? Why is she next door? What the fuck?
Of, being groomed by some old creepy guy. I've been there before too. But this is just not the case with Teresa. It just wasn't. Let me tell you what happened the next few months. When Julian was at his lowest, Teresa really dove in. I mean, it was some energy like, ooh, I can fix him. I can do that.
Oh no, not that I can fix him.
Laid it on thick. He barely...
I was raised in a town of 70,000, currently living in a city of 200,000. How do you guys like it there? You enjoying it there? Do you want to stay here for the rest of your life? Like, what's your thoughts?
Try to get her dad to eat. I think that a lot of times it's hard for men to show emotions. They tend to try to just swallow it all and tank through the pain. But it was written all over Julian's face. And the kids were really concerned. They were coming over and trying to take care of dad every day. And he was just frozen. He could barely smile. He could barely talk. He was grieving an entire day without eating food. Kathy had to make the food for him and watch so that her dad would eat. He wasn't physically sick. He was sick with grief. He missed his wife. He missed his wife so much. He probably felt some regret that he had been gone in the army for so many years and didn't spend this time with her. And he's just constantly thinking about her slowly passing away in the hospital. The man was a wreck. And so Teresa comes in and she's young and she's flirty. And she's fun. She's at the mill having a cigarette with him, trying to make him laugh, something. And I'm going to make a little assumption here, but for women that grow up in a home with an emotionally unavailable parent or an emotionally unavailable dad, they try really hard.
I could live anywhere. I have no roots. Okay. A nomadic life. I see.
If Julian was completely emotionally shut down from the loss of his wife, which everyone said that he was, and Teresa can come up and smile and be flirty and crack a few jokes and get a smile out of Julian, who's completely emotionally shut down, it does something for her ego. It's a massive dopamine hit for her to get something out of him that nobody else can get.
But it's for her, right? It's not even for him.
Julian, let's go to the bar after work. You need a drink. Julian, let's go to the dance hall. You need this. You need to go have a fun night. So Teresa is laying it on thick because every single smile that she can get out of Julian is a little hit for her ego. And things move fast. Here's what's interesting. Julian was out spending a lot of time with Teresa. I think it was a big distraction for him. And it was fun because Teresa was giving it her all.
Robin, I'm so ready for her. Really?
He wasn't.
I just want her for Sam. I'm not gonna lie. I just want her for Sam.
This could be for a couple of reasons. One, maybe he didn't want his 3 kids to know that he was moving on from his wife so quickly. It had only been a few months. I personally think that if Teresa wasn't laying it on so thick, he could have been stuck in this for years after his wife died. I mean, he was a much, much older guy. Or maybe he didn't want people to know that he was dating a much younger woman and judging him.
Oh, they did.
Danville's a small town, and people saw Teresa.
Yeah, like it's a small town. People will be able to tell.
Julian's wife passed away in late January, and by June,
I'll get Sam too, and Jade.
The house. But first,
he was moving her in. Oh my god, she's fucking like 18, right?
Because he's real nervous about it. Is he just goes in to rip the Band-Aid off? Now, Kathy, his daughter, she was very, very protective of her dad, and
I'd imagine. I think I would be too.
This case, they actually had Kathy on interviewing, and I thought this was a really, really interesting detail. Kathy says that the day that her dad introduced Teresa,
I want her to do.
She had just.
Did you see her alt? By the way,
speak. She literally could not get words out of her throat at the time. It was impossible for her to speak.
So they waited.
Brought Teresa home.
She couldn't say anything.
This is Teresa. This is my girlfriend, and she's gonna move in today. And Kathy could not talk. She couldn't respond to this. And Teresa said, "Well, you can just call me Mom." And she's completely infuriated by this. The way that the fact that Teresa is only a few years older than her, and also she walks into the house like she owns everything. It was a really weird.
I would fucking flip.
Had no say because Dad was happy and he was going to pursue this. She moves in June.
I wish she'd do that to me. Oh my god.
Not only are they married, but Teresa has quit her job and kicked her feet up because she said, my new man, Julian, he's going to take care of me and I don't have to work. Not working and being kind of a kept woman in a small town or in the South, it can be seen as a little bit of a status symbol. But
oh yeah, I can definitely see that.
Like Teresa, who has had a
I would never though. I don't think I would be able to.
She's not gonna be able to slide into this mundane lifestyle where she's free to do whatever she wants day to day with no stakes very easily. She's still going to crave excitement.
Oops.
Now, they had been in the marriage for a couple months when one day Jason ends up calling Kathy and he tells her, "You're not going to believe this. Teresa just hit on me."
What?
She
no
just
way.
Offered herself up sexually to me. Reminder, this is Julian's son.
Yeah.
Who lives in the house. And
What
Julian
the
is
fuck?
off at work, taking care of everyone. And Teresa
How
now
old is this
takes
child?
care of his son. Jason didn't really want to tell his dad because I don't think he wanted to be involved. He probably didn't want to upset his dad. And either way, he had turned down Teresa's advances, but it was a very uncomfortable situation.
Of course
The
it is.
discomfort
That's fucking
didn't last
weird.
for long because very abruptly, Jason died in a car accident. It was another emotional blow for Julian. He had just lost his wife a year prior, and now he's losing his oldest son. when your immediate family passes away like this, it's traumatic. It's incredibly traumatic.
This
And
poor
what
man.
is our response to unprocessed trauma? I need to make sure that doesn't ever happen again. I need to make sure it doesn't happen again. So Julian starts to get very protective of everyone he loves. He's protective of Teresa. He's protective of Kathy. He's protective of CJ. He needs to keep everybody close because he is a man. He needs to protect them. He needs to defend them. And this creates a lot of anxiety and stress in his life. Now, Teresa, his wife, is not very good at comforting this because she doesn't even know how to take care of her own problems.
Oh
so
my
Julian
gosh.
is completely in his pain alone. And when we
Okay,
have a
but
partner
doesn't
that doesn't know how to
she...
deal with their own shit, and we're going through some stuff,
Wasn't
they
she
are
helping him
not
before?
there
Like,
for
why
us. They
couldn't
don't-
she
they
do the
don't know
same
how to
song
be,
and dance?
And then they tend to just disconnect and go
Not
off and do other
to,
stuff.
not
And
to like
that's-
encourage like keeping your emotions in, but I think it's kind of a lie for her to be like, I don't know how to handle your emotions even though you're in grief. It's like you already did it with his wife. Why don't you just do it again? You know what I mean? Like, just take him out to dinner or things like that. Not to say like, hey, just hide your emotions constantly, but at least try to help. Don't just be like, oh man, that sucks. Like, you know, like it's your husband. And it was one of your kids. Oh, whatever. She probably didn't give a fuck about that kid anyway.
Exactly what Teresa did. Her demeanor was basically like, this is getting too serious. I don't want to play here anymore. I'm gonna go
What?
over here. Give me money. That's exactly what she did to this man when he was at his absolute fucking lowest. Julian is still dealing with the death of his wife. He's dealing with the death of his oldest son. But there's one thing that comes out of it. It's a life insurance policy. His son actually had a life insurance
Not the
policy
life
for
insurance.
$200,000, and he doesn't even find this out till later. You know, it's not like he was calling for it or anything. You know, they approached him and they told him, your son has a life insurance policy and you are the sole beneficiary.
Hide that.
$200,000.
Hide that,
This is
sir.
kind of a
Hide
windfall money
it.
for the early 2000s in a southern town that's pretty poor. And Julian decides that he wants to start fresh. Very understandable. He wants to get out of the house that has all of these haunting memories of people that he's loved his whole life. And he wants to start over new. And he also wants to make Teresa happy. So he goes out and buys this 3-bedroom house on a 5-acre plot of land. He moves Teresa out there with CJ, Kathy, and then also Teresa's
Is this still in Danville, though?
youngest daughter. Her name was Christy Bean. Christy
What?
Bean is an interesting character because Kathy would later
She's
go
dead.
on to say that Teresa and Christy were not like mother and daughter. They were like sisters. They were like best friends.
Oh no.
This is something that I just personally don't fuck with because as a mother,
I
you are
don't.
not your daughter's best friend, okay? You can be close with your daughter, but you need to be a mother first. And
Red flag.
that's
I
not
know.
how she
It
was.
is a
Teresa
huge
didn't have
red
a
flag, and
girlfriend.
oops, it's stuck
So
on my
she
cup
latched
now.
onto her daughter, making her best friend. That creates a really weird dynamic for a young girl to.
'Cause what do you do with
not have a mother
authority?
figure and not really have
Yeah.
her dad in her life either. So honestly,
what are you gonna
Christy's
do
pretty
about
fucking weird. So before all this,
authority?
they were already living pretty
Literally.
well because Julian is a hardworking man that's dedicated to taking care of the people that he loves. That's why he let Christy move in. That's why he took his kids with him to the new place. And sure, it was on 5 acres of land, but it was a mobile home and it only had like 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. But Julian, he was here to provide for everyone and keep the people that he loved the most taken care of. That's all that mattered. But this windfall of money adds a new piece of information to Teresa's world. Like I said, she wasn't the smartest person ever, and we'll get to that later with the trial. But her world was created by information that was fed or modeled to her. And the only way to make money that was modeled to her was to work. Work, get paid. Work, get money. I don't know, sell drugs, get money, still work, right? But now she's learned that insurance money pays a whole lot. If somebody
Oh
dies,
no. She's like,
you can
oh, I'll just kill
a whole
Jillian.
lot of money. That is a
Easy.
new piece of information that has just been implanted in Teresa's brain. Now, fast forward to 2002, and we are not fast forwarding much because in 2 years, Julian has lost his wife, met Teresa, moved her into the house, married her, lost his oldest son,
All the colors in the pride
gotten
flag, she chose to become a red
$200,000
one.
and
Oh my
moved his
god.
family to a bigger home.
That is such a good
Lot
phrase,
happened in
by the
2
way.
years,
That
but
is
for
so
Teresa,
good.
this is still pretty slow paced. So in 2002, while she's at Walmart, standing in the checkout line, she meets these 2 guys, Matthew and his friend Rodney. This is the part that gets me because Matthew and Teresa are really the ones that hit it off. And when you look at Matthew, he looks like a guy that, you know, you might have gone to college with, or he worked
Dude,
in
he
the IT
does.
department or something.
He
He's
literally looks
actually
like the
originally
IT
from
department
New York
guy.
and had moved down to Danville. He seems almost like somebody that doesn't fit into the story. And so it really breaks my brain looking at Matthew and looking at Teresa and saying, how did you guys, like, what is going on? I've been trying to understand what the connection was. And one thing that I found was there wasn't a lot of information on Matthew because nobody really talked to him. There's barely any pictures. Nobody really spoke up for him. And he's also now since passed. But one thing that I did find
He
was
passed
Matthew
away?
had these weird fantasies
I wonder
about being
why.
a drug lord. He literally wanted to be like a Pablo Escobar almost. And now this makes a little
That's
bit more
an
sense to me
interesting
because
goal.
Teresa looked like she got some drugs. But he didn't just
Was he
start
right though?
talking
Was
to
she
Teresa
was he
to,
right?
like, get drugs from her or something? Because look, I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it again. Teresa definitely looked like she know where some drugs are at. But they start hooking up.
Ew.
21-year-old Matthew and now 41-year-old Teresa are not just here to do drugs together. They're here to hook up. And it's raunchy because back at Teresa's
What
house,
the
there's several people that live there.
Khan's the quote
So
maker,
what do?
honestly.
They start hooking up in the car, in parking lots. The parking lot situation happened multiple times. So much so that Teresa invited her best friend
Don't
to
say
come out
the
and
daughter. Please don't say
hook
the
up
daughter.
with Rodney, the friend of Matthew. You know, you remember what I said.
Please,
earlier.
no,
Who is
no.
Teresa's best friend.
No, not the
Her daughter.
daughter.
That's right. She brought out her 16-year-old daughter to hook up with an adult man that she was pimping her daughter out, basically. She was like using her as, oh yeah, I have a friend. You know when you like go to
I
hang
have a
out with a guy
friend?
and they're like, oh, do
No,
you
that
have
is
any
your
friends you can
daughter.
bring? Bitch, Teresa brought her daughter. I can't believe it. I can't. So Teresa's hooking up with
It's
Matthew,
just
and
gross.
Christy's hooking up with Rodney in the car, and then they all finish and they say, woo, that was fun. Let's go get drinks. I'm not fucking kidding.
What?
So this is a high that Teresa was looking for. Julian, her husband, was just at
No.
the textile mill being an electrician.
And the daughter is
and a
okay
nice
with
guy.
that? That is the
and
biggest.
Teresa's
The
loving
daughter is okay
attention
with that.
because
That
outside
is
of pimping out her
crazy.
daughter
That is
to these
insane.
guys that she doesn't even know, she would go over to Matt's house and, you know, they would do drugs and they had like a threesome. Her, Rodney, and Matt. They were all hooking up to Teresa, 41-year-old Teresa. Now, as if this wasn't
I
bad
can't.
enough,
I don't
Matthew has a few
understand.
questions. Teresa, why don't you work? Why are you able to come over here all the time? What do you do? Why do you have such a nice place? And she tells him about the insurance money. And that's when they decide to come up with another plan. Shockingly, but not shockingly, Matthew Schallenberger is not the only person that Teresa is having an affair with. She's also sleeping with a guy from church. This woman had no boundaries.
What is up with
She loved
church,
sex,
man?
She loved attention, and she loved seducing men and feeling like she was worthy of this attention. While all of this is going on, Julian does start to suspect she's cheating, mostly because the murmurs in town or her claiming she's going to church and then coming back at super late hours. But something else is going on at this time.
It is-
America was about to go to war.
My fellow citizens,
Oh, jeez.
at this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people,
Learning from a role model?
and defend the
Ugh.
world from grave danger.
Julian's other son, CJ, had been in the reserves for a while, but he was about to go into active duty. During this time, it was very common for the military to tell you, hey, make sure you have somebody back home that can distribute your assets if anything were to happen to you. They
Oh, that's
also,
fucked.
you know, loosely would mention life insurance policies, but given what happened to CJ's brother and how much that money helped the family, he actually took it upon himself before going out to duty to get a life insurance policy. He wanted to look out for his parents if anything were to happen to him. And by parents, I mean Teresa and Julian. You know, Teresa was telling them from day one, call me mom. And Kathy wasn't really into it, but CJ, he appreciated Teresa's presence to a point. He did kind of consider her his mom.
I mean,
So
he
much so
probably
that
needed
he
like a
put
mother
Julian
figure though.
as the beneficiary, and then he put Teresa as the secondary beneficiary. And he very proudly told his parents that he had done this. He wanted to let them know that if anything happened to me, you'll be okay. That's when Teresa finds out that there is a life insurance policy out there for $250,000 that has her name on it. Right above her name is her husband's name. Now that Teresa knows the benefits of a life insurance policy, she wants in on the money. No more asking Julian if she can have money for this. No more living in a house with all of these people and not being able to do everything that she wants. That money could be a means to freedom, but it doesn't go directly to her. It goes to Julian first. So she sets out to have a little conversation with Matthew and his friend Rodney and explain to them how she could make some money and how they could make some money too. In
Alright,
October
let's
of
check for all
2002,
these.
Teresa met with Rodney and Matthew.
Do we have any
and gave them
beelings in here?
$1,200 to go buy shotguns from Walmart. Just like that, she gave them the money and told them,
Is that a
"Go
bumble
get those
hair?
guns and go get the bullets." They all knew what they were doing. They
Nope.
had planned to kill CJ and also kill Julian. That way the money went straight to Teresa.
Oh
So
my.
they have the guns and they make their plan. Teresa was supposed to stay at home while Matthew and Rodney waited on the side of the road for Julian to come home. While he was driving back in his truck, they were going to stop him, pretend to rob him, but then kill him on the side of the road, making it just look like a robbery that went wrong, while Teresa was at home and could claim innocence. And then, when Charles, CJ, came home for the funeral, they were just going to kill him too. They hadn't figured out how they were going to do that yet, but that was the plan.
Okay.
Something changes though when
This one's
shockingly,
all
CJ
good.
had come home early to surprise his dad. He was just going to be home for a week or so before being deployed again, but he knew that his dad
GTA
was
level,
looking.
I know.
Remember, it had only been 2 years since
Oh,
his
oops,
real
it was
mom
an
had
accident.
died, and
No.
he was still going through it.
It's
Look,
only been
it had
2
been
years.
Keaton at this point. Julian had even started to consider getting a divorce. So when his son comes home, it is a happy reunion. But for Teresa, it's more of an
I do this all the time in
She
games,
hits
especially
up Matt and
Skyrim.
Rodney and says,
I mean,
"CJ's at home
yeah,
now.
but
We gotta do this now." The next few details that I'm going to tell you are pretty intense. As a reminder, sure, Sinister is a true crime show, but really what I'm trying to do here are tell stories of people and all of their interactions together. You'll probably notice I generally don't tend to give too many descriptions of what happened on the night of the crime, but some of these details of what they went through that night are really, really important. On October 30th, 2002, Teresa
This one is
left
V.
the door of their house unlocked. She did that so that the two guys could enter in effortlessly. And they did. Teresa went to bed with Julian, and he went to sleep that night thinking it was a regular day. But Teresa laid awake, knowing exactly what's going to happen and waiting for her
I killed my
lover.
bestest friends there so I can
On
get
this
there and
particular night,
Oh my
Christy Bean, Teresa's daughter, and Kathy, Julian's daughter, were not home. This was all very strategic. When they crept into the house, they walked into Teresa and Julian's room, and Matthew told Teresa to leave the room. And right afterwards, she starts to hear gunshots, multiple gunshots. Matthew began to shoot Julian with a shotgun, and his friend Rodney began to shoot CJ as well with a shotgun. CJ is hit
My
in the
God.
chest and dies almost instantly. But Julian is shot multiple times with a shotgun, and he's still alive. And while he's alive, Teresa, the cold-hearted bitch she is, because remember I told you in the beginning of this story, I try to find the human in somebody for a minute before they go wrong. This bitch went wrong a while ago. But if you felt bad for her for any reason before, fuck that, okay? Teresa went into Julian's wallet while he was bleeding out and he was trying to talk to her, wondering what's happening, and she reached into his pocket and pulled out his wallet and pulled out $300 and split it up with Rodney and Matt right then and there.
That's
While
so
her
fucked.
husband is bleeding out, she reached into his pocket and took out his wallet. And she knew he was still alive.
What?
Because he was still mumbling. He was still breathing. Julian was alive. And then, in an odd turn of events, Matthew and Rodney, it's done. They've done it. And he hugs Teresa before he leaves. And he says to her, I'm sorry you had to go through this.
What?
As if she wasn't the one masterminding the whole thing.
Yeah, she was the one from the beginning, like, created the whole thing. She's the one who opened up the fucking door. She unlocked it.
I heard gunshots.
What do you mean?
Did it.
This bitch doesn't makes it like
Corey Webb.
people don't. There's no forensics out here. Do you not believe in that? I don't know.
Oh, my husband, my husband. And they walk into the bedroom and they see something so shocking. Julian is still alive.
Oh shit.
And when Julian hears these footsteps, he thinks it's Teresa and he starts to say, baby, 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 baby. Even after being shot multiple times with the shotgun, he is still calling Teresa baby. That's what kind of man he was. And there must be a point where he realizes that these footsteps are not Teresa and it's actually the police. And he says to the police with his dying breath, my wife know who done this to me. Those are his exact words. He
Oh,
said,
wow.
"My wife know who done this to me." Julian had been struck in the upper left arm, the shoulder, the abdomen, the pelvis, his penis, the thighs, legs, arms, and chest. The bullets destroyed and removed the tissue of large parts of his body, and he had fractured several ribs. There was also a bullet lodged in his lungs. But
Holy
none of
shit.
these injuries were fatal, and he laid there for hours, bleeding out, before the cops arrived. But he was still able to tell the officers that Teresa was involved. And shortly after they arrived and he said that, he died. As absolutely disturbing it is that Julian survived all of those gunshots.
What a trooper, though.
It's
But
also crazy to me that they kept him alive long enough for him to tell the officers
he kept
that
himself
Teresa was
alive.
involved. And they
Honestly.
take this dying man's word very seriously. As much as Teresa wants to act like she didn't know what was going on, Corey Webb was not going to let her get away with it. They asked Teresa for her account of the night, and she basically says that these robbers broke in, told her to go to the bathroom, and she didn't know what happened from there. She claims that the night prior, she and Julian had done their normal routine. They prayed before bed, she packed his lunch, and they went to sleep. The investigators found the brown bagged lunch.
how many shot? I don't know. That sounded like
brown
fucking 10.
bagged lunch in the refrigerator with a note from Teresa that said, I love you. Have a good day. Then there was a little smiley face, and it said, I miss you when you're gone. Teresa did this to try to signal to investigators that she was a good wife. Now, I've said that Danville is a very small town, and Teresa is not the brightest woman, but that's just Teresa, because these deputies are smart, okay? What I love about that, I love good logic and I love good police work. And as soon as they
Oh,
walked
good
in,
logic. Let's
they
go.
were putting pieces together, okay? It didn't take them 12 hours or 24 hours.
Or
to
any
figure it out.
shooting
They
game.
walked in and they said, They noticed that there was no break.
Clearly they don't. Clearly they, or they, if they do, honestly, okay, how many of you guys who play FPS games have actually shot a gun? Because the way that guns recoil and work in real life, they do not have the same effect and feel as the ones in a game. And what the hell are the... I just poured this and there are two different colors in here. What is this? What is this? Hello? Why is there a blue and a black fucking cone in here? Hello? IRL only airsoft. Yeah, the pop of a gun. Can't even imagine with the shotgun. First off, you have to take the right stance. If you don't take the right stance, you're gonna blow yourself back so fucking hard. You're gonna break something. But like, it is so different. And so for people who, the only one I can say that is not different though is ARs. ARs are extremely accurate to a point where they may as well be fucking banned. Like, I think military should be the only people who can use an AR. There is no reason why any civilian should have an AR. IMO. But anyway, just shoot one. I want to go to a gun range though. Just shoot once in the head and no need to manage resource. But that's the problem with shooting IRL. Shooting IRL is a lot, like in terms of positioning yourself, in terms of form of your arms, and also in terms of breathing. There's a lot of breathing technique that is involved with shooting that if you're doing it in FPS, you would never have thought about it. As far as I'm concerned, they just need to walk close and shoot. In that situation, 100%. Like, there is no way. I'm okay. First off, RIP Julian. I haven't gotten there yet. I hope he gets justice and everything like that. But Christ, man, like, you could have just pointed a shotgun at somebody's head and gone, right? It'd have been easy. Maybe multiple if you're not sure. But Jesus, like, how, I don't know how he was able to survive. I'm glad he was able to. I'm sure he was in so much pain before he went. But how do you miss, dude? You missed. Their IQ must have been room temperature. Less than that, it must have been cold. But anyway, it's just weird. Anyway, it's just odd.
Favorite detail that they picked up on was CJ was killed in his bedroom and Julian was killed in his bedroom. Both of them had been shot multiple times, but in the room where CJ was killed, there were no bullet shells. But in the room where Julian was killed, there were 5 or 6 bullet shells. They could also tell by the scene of the crime that this wasn't rushed. Nothing was frantically strewn about. It seemed like the killers had plenty of time to do whatever they want and leave. Now, why would there be bullet casings in one room, but not in the other? The detectives determined this is because there were 2 shooters, and one liked to clean up after themselves, and the other didn't think to do it. They take Teresa's statement, but they are on a mission to find out who these
fucking Rodney is a much better killer. Hi Crab, how are you? Thank you for the hydrate.
I'm trying to figure out where the money is. And you think I'm talking about the life insurance policy?
These killers can do better.
She wanted that too.
No, that one killer can do better. Const, the one that didn't clean up was the one who tried to kill Julian. And the one who tried to kill Julian, thank you for the lurk, by the way, Crap. The one who tried to kill Julian was the one who failed to kill Julian right off the bat. The one who killed Corey, who was a son, killed him and cleaned up after the body. So it's just like, this Rodney is a phenomenal killer. Matt has skill issue. He does have skill issue. He's just so bad. Rodney's got it down though, unfortunately. Like, I think you should put your skills into a different field, perhaps. Your attention to detail though is phenomenal. Bro, you never played COD. Okay, in COD, you do not clean up after your bullet shells. One to the body, one to the head. True. This guy, though. Matt is terrible. Matt is terrible. No, but if it's a clean shot, that's true. If it's a clean shot, it gets lodged, though. The problem with that's the problem with it getting lodged. If it gets lodged, they might be able to trace the bullet back. Though I suppose they could probably, if it goes through a wall or something, they could probably measure the caliber. if he ain't gonna be live to rat on her. No, that's. I'm glad he did though. This rat gets the B seal of approval. Rat on her! Rat on her! Tell him! Tell him! You're a meme. Oh my gosh, God.
She also wanted Julian's check from the textile mill immediately.
What?
She called the next day. The person
Could
that
you
told
not
us
just shut the
was
fuck up
Mike
for a
Campbell.
little bit?
He
Just
was
pretend?
Julian's supervisor. Mike called almost immediately and said, Teresa just called me on the day of the murder and asked for Julian's check. He told her that he couldn't give her the check until 4 o'clock that evening, but he thought it was weird. The investigators decide to ask him a few more questions, and they tell him about the lunch that Teresa had packed for them that day.
And
Mike
he's
said,
like,
that's weird.
she never
because
packed lunch.
I've never, ever seen Julian come in with a brown paper bag. He always brought his lunch in a white and blue cooler. Every single day. Teresa had never packed this man's lunch a day in her life. The next day, on October 31st, 2002,
God damn.
Teresa calls again.
She
asking for
tries
his
to
paycheck.
pretend like
Next,
she's...
Teresa starts calling
Has this
for
woman
a
heard of
life
getting a
insurance.
job or a
They
hobby?
explained to her the process.
Yeah.
Basically,
Her
it's not
hobby
that
is
easy, and it's
leeching
not
off of her
but
husband,
this goes on
so
record.
she's
Now,
got a
when the
hobby,
insurance
just not a good
company
one.
flags this, and she can't really get the money directly from them. She ends up calling one of the lieutenants in the military. She calls CJ's boss, and she says, "Hey, I'm the secondary beneficiary to this life insurance policy, and I want my money." And the lieutenant is like, "Why are you calling me?" His name's Lieutenant Booker. Booker is like, first of all, why are you calling me? Second of all, why are you talking about this less than a week?
Yeah, this is a
after
little
your
sus.
husband and stepson have been murdered? You gotta be kidding me. Like, I'm telling you, dude, Teresa's dumb. She's dumb. But Booker is still on the phone with her, and so he says, I don't know what you want me to do about the life insurance. He's like, I mean, I do have his check and his personal items. And he said, I can give it to Kathy, his sister. And Teresa says, you get me that life insurance money, you get me that check, and then you can give the other stuff to Kathy. And he's like, are you kidding? She basically said, give me the money. Give me the money and
I don't care
else
about
he has,
the...
his
Yeah.
clothes, his sentimental items. Yeah, give them to his sister. And she also was very angry on the phone and reminded him before she got off, I just want to remind you, I am the sole beneficiary of it. So anything that he has, you need to ask me first.
What the this girl is
now, we've talked about
stupid.
Kathy, Julian's daughter, a little bit throughout this
Oh
story.
my god.
And you've heard that
You're
Kathy
right,
lost
Const.
her
My
mother in
IQ
January
is
2000.
lowering. It's
Kathy
lowering.
took amazing care of her dad during this devastating period. Kathy gets introduced to this nice
As a fellow human, I'm ashamed. Yeah, as a fellow human, I apologize for aliens out here. She does not represent the rest of human race. Thank you.
Two brothers, her mother, and her father, all in the course of 2 years. Kathy has had it. She's done. When this week blows by and she hears that stupid ass Teresa is calling around saying, where's the money? Where's the money? She has had enough. Kathy's always known that something's up with Teresa, but after the murders happened, I mean, this is the talk of the town because people heard that before calling the police, Teresa had actually called her really good friend and then also her ex-mother-in-law before she called the police to say that Julian had been shot. She then doesn't mourn her husband, Kathy's father, at all. There's no sorrow. There's no remorse. She even told Kathy, don't come to the funeral. She planned the funeral almost immediately because she was trying to go to the insurance company and say, look, everyone's passed. Give me the money. Give me the money. That's all that's going through Teresa's dumb little head. Give me the money. Kathy is devastated and will not rest until they continue to investigate Teresa. And what happens when people that don't know each other very well...
Those is southern
murder
accent is
and
coming
get
out.
caught
It's
by
really
the
funny.
police? I'll give you a
She's
second.
from the south.
That's right. They turn on each other. Within only a couple of hours of the interrogation, Teresa crumbles. She crumbles. I mean, the evidence was stacked against her. And they try to give her an out. And they say, is there anyone that you know of that might have wanted your husband dead? Like, we know you know something. You have to know something. And Teresa's like, okay. I do know something. I can't believe I'm saying this. This is actually what she told the investigators. She says, Okay, I do actually know something, and I know somebody that might have wanted to kill Julian. There's this guy, Matt or something, and he was in love with me, and he didn't like the way that Julian was treating me, so he like might have killed him or something. I'm not kidding. That's what she said. And they asked her, you know, do you know his name? She didn't even know his last name. I said, well, do you know where he lives? And she's like, yeah, I know where he lives. And before they can
She's
even
dumb and
pull out of the
weak.
police department and go to Matthew's house, she also, of course, implicates Rodney and then her daughter, Christy. Teresa spilled all the beans
Wait,
in less than a couple of hours that night.
She ratted on her best friend daughter? Her best friend daughter plus the girl she was pimping, apparently? That is crazy. That is wild. I guess she doesn't really see her as her daughter, so she's not very protective of her, but that her daughter's sister wife? I know! Rodney, her daughter's sister wife? Rodney, he good at killing, bad at picking friends. Yeah, I know. That's the one thing.
Teresa, Matthew, and Rodney are
He could have been
all
an
charged
excellent
with
assassin.
murder. And at this
But no.
point, Virginia has capital punishment. That
He's
means
friends
the
with
death
Matt
penalty is on
instead.
the table. Now, to get Teresa off the hook for capital punishment, they try to do some weird legal stuff. Basically, they tell her to waive the jury, plead guilty, and then invoke her right to be sentenced by a trial judge, because generally the trial judge doesn't impose the death penalty. Now, here's where things get more interesting. I personally think that IQ tests are kind of silly, but at this time, they use the numbers in the IQ test to prove competency. So I'm going to read those to you because this is an interesting turn in the case. Believe it or not, people later advocated for Teresa not to get the death penalty despite the gruesomeness of her crimes. And this is why. Teresa had a full-scale IQ of 72, a verbal IQ of 70, and a performance IQ of 79. This placed her in the borderline range of intellectual functioning, but not at or below the level of mentally impaired. If Teresa had scored 70 or less on the IQ test, then they would not legally be able to execute her because she would be considered mentally impaired by the Virginia legal.
Okay, question. Real question. How many of you guys think that she lied? How many of you guys, like, okay, let's say, okay, you are being implemented, or, I'm sorry, you are being accused of murdering somebody. And your lawyer says, well, what if we were to say that you just weren't very smart, right? You were basically just not very smart, therefore you had an issue with understanding things and stuff like that, and you're not responsible, okay? And they were like, well, you gotta prove it. Take an IQ test. Do you think that you, if you were being accused, you would just bomb the test? Right? Like, wouldn't you just bomb the test? And just be like, oh no, I am just real stupid. I am just the stupidest motherfucker that you can ever meet out here. She's not smart enough to do it. You have to do it in a way where it's not obvious. I think, you know, it's like one of those things where you're like, so far, even with her plan, right? Her plan was so stupid. It's possible that she didn't even think of it. You're so correct. You're so correct. Well, it's like trying to believe whether or not somebody is stupid. Like, you know somebody is stupid, but you're like, is she that stupid? Oops, sorry. I knocked the cam a little bit. Is she that stupid? Can she be that idiotic? But yeah, it has to be in a way where it's not too obvious. Like, you'd be like, oh, I'll get like one question right here or there. Maybe one or two. But otherwise, the rest of them will be wrong. You know? Okay. Oops.
legal standard.
Wait, look, you have to remember that in order to fake a certain result, you have to be competent enough to actually breeze through it. Damn, you're right. You're so fucking right. We're almost done with this one. Almost.
But with an IQ of 72, they said that she was fit for the death penalty. And if she did get the death penalty, she would be the first woman to be executed in Virginia since 1912. On June 3rd, just 8
She
months
was
after
2
murders,
points
she would
off,
stand
too.
trial and read an apology to everyone. This is what her apology said. I was doing drugs, stealing, lying, and having several affairs during my marriages. I went to church every Sunday and Friday and revivals, but guess what? I didn't open my Bible at home, only when I was at church. And I'm sorry. That was the apology.
What?
I didn't read my Bible more. I'm sorry. This is also interesting to me because Teresa had every good Christian moral right in front of her. Day
What?
in, day out. And she chose to turn
What?
a blind eye to it and chase after the adrenaline. As sentences come down,
That's not
Matthew was
real.
sentenced to
That's not
6
real.
life terms in prison.
That's
He
not-
planned
that can't
to
be
take
real.
this money from the murders that Teresa was going to give him and move back to New York to be the kingpin that he always dreamed. Matt was a weird guy. He was very, very troubled. Rodney also pled guilty and was sentenced to life in prison. And then Christy Bean was originally given 50 years in prison for knowing about the murders and basically doing nothing to stop them. She was also heavily involved in the planning. You remember when I told you that she
What?
wasn't there that night? She knew. But on June 3rd, 2003, Teresa was sentenced to death. She would be the first woman executed in Virginia in almost 100 years. Like I said, this sparked a lot of uproar because a lot of people don't agree with the death penalty. Like, why should the state have the power to take a life when, we're punishing somebody for taking a life in the first place? And other people supported her because they felt like she was a woman with low IQ and it just wasn't fair. Regardless of what side you're on September 23rd, 2010, Teresa headed to her execution. This was a really big deal. There were people from the prison, people from the judicial system, news reporters, and somebody else.
She chose to be
Somebody
stupid. Thank God
that
one less
wanted
person
to
on
be
the planet.
present for Teresa's execution. It was Kathy Lewis, Julian's daughter. Kathy needed to be there. She said that she wanted to finally see justice for her brother and justice for her father. She said, I needed to see it through to the end. On September 23rd, Teresa arrived wearing a light blue shirt, dark blue pants, and flip-flops. She came through the door.
And
at 8:55.
flippy floppies?
The reporter
Oh
said that
my.
She looked around seeming dazed and anxious. She had known death was coming for a long time, but this was it. This was the moment. She looked
looking
around
for
at
my
all the
Z's.
people that were nearby
Not seeing
to
any, I don't
witness
think
her
so.
death. And she was strapped down on the gurney. Now, outside of the prison, several
Oops.
people were
Sorry, guys.
outside
I keep knocking
protesting
my...
right up until the moment of Teresa's death. At 8:58, the officials
What
drew
are they
back the curtain.
protesting?
At 9:09, the curtain opened back up and Teresa's arms were extended out with tubes going into her body, held in by white tape. And in one of my least favorite parts of this case, Teresa says something that I feel like is very sick. They asked her if she had any last words. And her last words were, I just want Kathy to know that I love you and I'm very sorry. If I were Kathy, the last thing that I would want to hear would be my immediate family's killer telling me that they loved me. But those were her last words. And in Virginia, there's 3 chemicals that are distributed during lethal injection. The first is thiopentyl sodium, which renders the person unconscious. That began to flow. The next is a chemical that stops breathing. And then the final one, potassium chloride, stops the heart. At 9:13 p.m., Teresa Lewis was pronounced dead, and they drew the curtain back.
Well, all life matters, but as always, there are exceptions. It's hard because, like, it's like one of those things where okay, this sounds like ridiculous, right? But I feel like she really did just need help. I don't know. Honestly, I think she would have been fine if she was placed in, because we always talk about this, they always talk about, we were talking about like rehabilitation and stuff, and I honestly think that she probably would have been fine if she had rehabilitation. Unfortunately, she did have issues with like greed and just basically wanting to kick her feet up and not like working hard for the stuff that she had. Like, she didn't want to be proud of the things that she had and did. But it's possible that she just, I mean, she basically got married at 16, you know? Like, her kind of reminds of her book chat. Yes, exactly. It's like, it's just like, it's hard because she's just so, she lacked education. She highly lacked education. The girl got married and dropped out of school at 16. She did not have any like fully developed emotions or mental, like her mental was not fully developed. She never had the chance to. And probably because also she didn't have the she had to take care of kids. She had to take care of herself like very quickly in her life. So she didn't have the opportunity to kind of work on education. But anyway, let's move on to the next story. Hopefully you guys liked it. It was a little infuriating sometimes, but it was pretty funny. Some of her actions, like, honestly, it is a sad action. Rather, I shouldn't say it's funny, it's more ridiculous, right? How ridiculous she was when she literally was robbing her dying husband on the ground and splitting up $300. Girl, what do you think you're doing? It's almost like, it's just ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. Hold on, I'm trying to get the flying girl out of the way. Now I can't see it. I want you to see my cakes. Okay, there you go. Or just one cake, I guess. Look at Goofy, ain't the smartest of the bunch, but he sure is honest and kind. Alright, so the next one here, we have Murder at Troubled Teen Ranch. This one's really long. I might not fully watch it. But this has to do with the what's her name? The Catch Me Outside girl and what happened to her. Remember she was on Dr. Phil and she went viral. What happened to her during that moment? Jun, you free after this? Maybe. Why? What do you want to do? I have a couple more cases that I have lined up, but I can cut short if you need. What are you up to do? What are you thinking? That one was a long one, by the way. Holy. It's already 1:30. Isn't it crazy how much time passes? Like, listening to these? They're insane. Just need some opinions? Sure. Sure, I can do that. I can be in VC if you want. But alright, so let's actually do a shorter one first. We can save this one for later. If not, if we don't get to this one, I can send you guys a link. No worries. So she was only 17 years old. Okay.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Today we'll delve into events that occurred
True
in
crime
Virginia,
documentary.
USA. The summer
Virginia.
of 2005 was coming to an end, and fall was supposed to be a new stage
Wasn't the
of
last
life
one
for
also in
17-year-old
Virginia? What the
Taylor
hell's
Bell.
happening with
She was
Virginia
looking forward
today?
to starting her first year at Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond and making plans for the future. However, Taylor disappeared before
Things I would
classes
do.
even started.
No! Const.
Taylor
Oh
Marie
no.
Bell was born on October 13th, 1987.
He's gone.
She was
We
the only
lost
child in
him.
the family of Janet Pelissara and Matt Bell, who divorced when she was about 2 years old. Taylor lived with her mother in Vienna, Virginia. She graduated from high school in 2005. In August, she moved to Richmond to start her first year at Virginia Commonwealth University in September. Like many young people headed for college, Taylor Bell was both excited and nervous about starting a new chapter in her life. Like many young people today, she wrote about this and many other things online in her blog. One of her blog posts said, "I just graduated from high school and now I'm off to Richmond. I'm looking forward to meeting people that are in Richmond because I only know a few people down there. But I love to meet new people in general, so feel free to message me whenever to chat.
Aw,
Before
she
the
sounds
start
so
of the school year,
sweet.
Taylor moved into a student dorm. She shared a room with another freshman girl. In a phone conversation with her mother, Taylor told her that she had met many new people and had become friends with her roommate Emma. On
That's
the evening of
cute.
September 5th, 2005, Emma's boyfriend came to her dorm room. She wanted to spend time with him, so Taylor decided not to interfere with him. She took the keys to her room and car, said she would return in a few hours, and left to meet some friends. Taylor never came back that evening. The next day, Emma went to class, and when she returned to the dorm room in the evening, she noticed that Taylor's things were in the same places as 24 hours ago.
She didn't come back
That meant
home.
she had never returned to her room,
Oh.
and even more strangely, she missed the first day of school. Emma
What?
became worried and
Oh
decided to
no, she was
contact
so
campus
excited
police
for
and
it.
report her roommate missing.
That's good.
Taylor's car was missing too.
The
As soon
girl
as the
actually
police
was
received
like
a message about the possible disappearance of one of their
on
students,
high
they
alert
came
about
to
that
inspect
though.
Taylor's dormitory. Officers noticed that some of
What
her
a
personal
good like
belongings,
new
including
friend,
her
you know.
prescription medications, were still there. It didn't look like Taylor was planning on going anywhere. Police cars started circling the campus in search of Taylor and her vehicle. Yet, they found nothing. Any attempts to call her were met with her voicemail. The next step for the police was to call Taylor's mother, Janet. They assumed that Taylor could have gone to her mother, who lived 2 hours away from Richmond. The call from the police surprised
I don't know about
and
that
worried
one.
Janet because she didn't know where her daughter might be. She believed that Taylor had her first classes that day and decided not to call her during the day. Janet immediately started calling her daughter's phone, but there was no answer. Then she got in the car and drove straight to Richmond. Janet had a bad feeling about all this. After arriving and talking to the police, she went to her daughter's room, where she met Emma. Janet examined Taylor's belongings, and this only increased her concerns. Her purse, medicines, and some valuables were still there. She
Her
thought,
purse was
what
there?
if someone had kidnapped her daughter and was holding her hostage?
Well, she just left
What
for a
if
little
she
bit.
needs help?
Wait,
Janet and
she
Taylor
went
were
and
very
drove her
close.
car
After the divorce, Janet spent
without
almost
her
all
wallet?
time with her daughter,
Girl.
which undoubtedly strengthened their bond. Janet was very nervous when her daughter graduated from high school and went to college. Taylor was also nervous, but for different reasons. She was preparing to start an independent adult life, change the environment, and meet new people. Despite Janet's concerns, campus police informed her that Taylor was probably hanging out with friends and would show up soon. They had no reason to believe that she was in danger. After all, it's not unusual for young people to go somewhere to hang out and take a break from their studies. But Janet did not believe that
She
her
didn't
daughter
even
left
start
without
school. What do you
telling her anything,
mean?
especially since
Take
she
a
didn't
break
take her
from
purse,
what
money,
studies?
and any other belongings with her. Nevertheless, the campus
Oh
police
my
started the
god, campus
investigation.
police suck.
The officers questioned Taylor's friends and
Campus police are
acquaintances, but
useless.
it didn't bring any results. No one
That
knew
doesn't even
where
make
she might be.
sense.
Janet appealed via television to anyone with any information to contact the police. They distributed posters with Taylor's picture throughout the city and its surroundings, and her Ford was
missing any
now
more
on
of
the wanted
these?
list. After 10 days of no leads, campus police turned the case over to the Richmond police. They organized a task force, which included FBI officers. Since Taylor's disappearance, there had been no activity in her bank account. Her phone had been inactive too, and according to experienced detectives, it wasn't a good sign. 12 days after the disappearance, there was finally a break when Taylor's car was found on a quiet residential street about 2 miles from campus. It was unclear if the car was there from the very beginning or if some
Go back.
detectives, it wasn't a good sign. 12 days after
Hi,
the disappearance,
Pango.
there was finally a break when Taylor's car was found on a quiet residential.
Yeah, that's her pick. Guys, did you hear that? Shut up, Scott. She was missing! And she's probably dead, considering this documentary. I'm doing well, thank you. I'm doing really good. Did you hear this? No, look. 12? She was high. You're sick! You're sick, motherfucker. Okay, did you hear what they said? They said 12 days. 12 days okay? They took 12 days to find a car that was within 2 miles of her apartment. 12 days! What are you doing? It's 12 days and it's 2 miles. What do you mean? Oh my god. Fucking campus police suck, dude.
After the disappearance, there was finally a break when Taylor's car was found on a quiet residential street about 2 miles from campus. It was unclear if the car was there from the very beginning or if someone was using it. The car was found by accident. It had the license plate stolen in Ohio. The police set up covert
Okay, well, if that's the case, if it was a little bit...
would use it, but when no one approached it during the day,
if it was hidden like that, that's fair.
Employees from K9 to do their work. A thorough inspection of the car interior revealed nothing. There were no visible traces of Taylor or anyone else inside the car. A service dog from the K9
7 Days to Die.
And led police
I kind of want to play more of
a
it.
couple of blocks away.
I miss 7 Days to Die.
An elderly married couple who, as investigators found out, was not related to Taylor. However, their nephew Jesse might have known Taylor because he was a skateboarder. Taylor once told her mother that she was learning to skateboard. This hobby could have brought her together with Jesse, and therefore the police suggested that he might be involved in her disappearance. Investigators searched the house, but found nothing to indicate that Taylor had ever been there. They brought Jesse to the police station for questioning. He stated that he did not know who Taylor Bell was. Besides, he had a solid alibi for the night that she disappeared. As a result, he was excluded from the list of suspects and released without any charges. Time passed, but Taylor's whereabouts remained unknown.
Oh man,
Janet,
cold case.
Missing, it was a living hell.
Yeah, I'd
The owner of
imagine.
the Ohio license plates that somehow ended up on Taylor's car was checked and excluded from the list of suspects as well. As it turned out, the man reported the theft of the license plates from his vehicle even before Taylor disappeared. But now the police had to answer one more question. Who put someone else's license plates on Taylor's car, and for what purpose? Detectives couldn't believe that Taylor could have disappeared without leaving any traces, but so far, they had no leads.
Okay, I need more of
Assuming that
this.
Taylor might be held captive,
I got 7 Days to Die
detectives
gifted last week. We should play
kidnapped her
together,
through the press,
Shiro.
with
We should
clues
play.
her daughter to her. Meanwhile, the police found their first clues. Some of the fingerprints on the steering wheel of Taylor's car did not belong to her. Investigators also reviewed the recording from a surveillance camera located at the entrance to the dormitory where she lived. On the night of her disappearance at 10:18 p.m., Taylor entered the student dormitory. Seconds later, some guy who apparently was waiting for someone appeared in frame. At one point, he looked
Wait, I wanna
directly
see.
into the camera.
Fuck is this guy? What the hell? Backwards cap
A few minutes
ass.
later, the man disappeared
Lame
from
as
the camera's
hell.
field of view, and Taylor came out of the dorm. Detectives did not consider this a coincidence. They quickly established his connection with Taylor's car. The police checked the fingerprints found on the car, and they found a match.
Never look at the camera, guys.
fingerprints
I know.
belonged to 37-year-old Benjamin Foley, who, 2 years
Benjamin
before Taylor
Foley?
went missing, was arrested by
Dude.
police for assaulting his ex-girlfriend and eventually spent 3 months in prison.
Dude, he
As it
sounds
turned
like
out,
a
the man who was on that recording was Benjamin Foley.
book
But
book
during the
name.
investigation,
Benjamin
the police
Foley.
learned an even more surprising fact. Taylor met Foley
What a,
while
like-
still a high school student. In February 2005, Taylor and her father attended an open house. at
What
her
a
future
whimsical
university.
name.
They came there to get acquainted
Oops.
with the curriculum and the life of the students.
Mm.
During the
Foley's
visit,
back.
Taylor stayed overnight at her friend's apartment. He was already studying at Virginia Commonwealth University. And that's when she met Benjamin Foley, her friend's roommate. Benjamin, or Ben as people called him, had 2 daughters who lived with their mother. He was divorced. However, he looked much younger than he was and led a lifestyle typical of people half his age. At some point that night, Ben and Taylor were left alone in the apartment. They ended up having an intimate relationship. After returning home to Vienna, Taylor continued communicating with Foley by email. The next time they met was in the summer when Taylor visited the campus before the start of the academic year to resolve some issues related to her studies. Being an amateur photographer, Benjamin arranged a photo shoot for Taylor. She liked his non-standard personality. Moreover, he treated her like an adult. Taylor once confessed to her
What
best
is this
friend that
again?
she and Folly had an intimate relationship.
Dude, what did we just talk about? About, like, teenagers wanting to prove themselves, especially fucking females wanting to prove themselves by being with older men? Dude, you guys, this shit needs to stop. If you don't like younger guys that you're around your age, then just don't date. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I know it's hard though, because if the younger me heard the older me saying that, I'd be like, fuck you. You know, females especially. Oh my gosh, can't stop. She's 17. It's illegal. It's illegal. But yeah, it's just stop it. Ladies, have better. Oh god, I'm stuck. Okay. Have better like care of yourself. Like, have better self-worth. Don't date trash, honestly. Just don't date trash. If she was 17 when the case happened, she would have been legal now. She would have. God, Jesus Christ. Anyway, we're watching the rest of this. Stop it. Stop it.
Regrets about it. However, she also didn't want it to happen again.
God.
Benjamin Foley became the main and only suspect in the case of Taylor Bell's disappearance. The police invited him to the station for
I
questioning.
love being unhinged. I know you do.
And all involvement in
You being all
Taylor's
crazy on
disappearance.
purpose.
However, when the police informed him that they had found his fingerprints in Taylor's car, he admitted that he often was inside her car because he was in an intimate relationship with her. Benjamin also added that he saw her on the evening she disappeared. They exchanged a few words and then said their goodbyes. The investigators didn't believe his story. They in turn acquired a search warrant for his apartment. What they found in his apartment surprised even experienced investigators. They seized knives, several computers, and CDs.
Oh, jeez.
There were thousands of photos on the hard drive since Foley was a photographer. But what the investigators did not expect to see was a collection of adult videos featuring teenage boys.
I was gonna say
I think you
CP.
understand what kind of videos we're talking about.
Yeah,
Foley
he was
wasn't
fucking
featured on them.
CP.
He just collected them.
Yeah.
Foley claimed none of those adult
He
videos found on the
collected
computer
them?
were his. He said they
Aw.
belonged to his elderly neighbor, who died not so long ago.
Oh my
But those
god,
videos
shut the
were
fuck
not
up.
only on hard drives, but also on CDs, signed in Foley's handwriting.
Oh my.
Therefore, his
Yeah,
story about the deceased
sure.
neighbor who collected all this
The
wasn't true.
deceased neighbor.
Possession of such video materials
Sure.
is a criminal offense, so Foley was arrested on September 23rd, 2005. But was he also involved in Taylor's disappearance? The investigators had to find the answer to this question. Even if Foley knew something about it, he refused to talk. Foley had lots of photos of Taylor on his computer. There were also many pictures of abandoned buildings, strange objects, and symbols. However, all this was not enough to connect Foley with the disappearance of Taylor, the search for whom was still ongoing. He continued to insist that he did not know where she could have gone. Detectives looked through thousands of photographs stored on his computers and interviewed people from his inner circle, hoping to get some clues. They assumed that if Taylor was dead, then Foley had hidden her body in a place where it would be difficult to find her.
I was about to talk to a friend who said something to me. I heard Jun say, "Shut the fuck up," and I fucking laughed.
Abandoned buildings could help find such a place. With all this in mind, investigators talked to Foley's ex-girlfriend.
I wouldn't want to say my bad, but I'll just say you're welcome instead.
Buildings from his computer. They were surprised when his ex pointed to one of the photos and said that the abandoned house depicted in it was near her parents' house in Matthews County, and that she once took Foley there to take
It's a
some
good
pictures.
time.
The photo had a caption, "Home Sweet Home." The fact that the
Home
suspect's
sweet
computer
home.
had a photo of a house located about 100 miles from Richmond could mean absolutely nothing. But in the absence of any
That's
other
this
leads,
one?
the police sent a group of officers to Matthews County.
I want to do
This house was in a
O
remote
over
and
here.
isolated location. It's perfect for hiding things you wouldn't want anyone
Hello,
to find.
Pango.
On
Yes.
October 5th,
Pango is here.
2005, 30 days after Taylor's
Actually,
disappearance,
since Pango is here and you're here as well, can you shout Pango out,
unpleasant
please?
smell. It was not difficult to find the source of it. The police found human remains in a shallow ditch. However, the degree of composition.
Thank you,
and the
thank
fact that the remains
you.
were exposed
I still have to
animals
watch the rest of your
confused the officers' ability to
parasocial
determine
VOD, by
whether
the
or
way.
not the body was Taylor's. A few days later, the police department released a statement.
Okay,
saying
this
that
one
the
is
results of the
9.
examination left no doubt
9 is
that the
F,
remains
so it's gonna
found
be
did
this
in fact
stuff.
belong to Taylor Bell. It was an
Poor
unbearable
Taylor.
loss for Taylor's parents. In her emotional statement, Janet Pelissara expressed hope that the person who deprived her of her only daughter would be sentenced to death. After the police found
Yeah,
the remains,
see, remember
Billy and
when this is what I was talking about when I was like when we were talking about like death sentences and stuff like that, and saying like with Dornelis, and I was like death sentence is not something that like it is pretty common when it comes to true crime that you hear a lot of them want the death sentence for the victim, or for the victim, not for the sorry, for the perpetrator, for the victim, basically. Like they want revenge for the victim that way. So you hear it a lot, and it actually gives them a lot of, and you heard that with Kathy for the last case as well. It gave her comfort seeing them no longer being in the community. Not to say that's a wrong thing or a right thing. I'm not taking a stance on that at all right now, because that's not, but that is very common for the family members to feel that way. Just an FYI. That shout out knows I'm a horror streamer now. Woo, yeah, I know. It's actually fitting. But yeah, it's so common for them to feel comfort that way. Not saying that's right, not saying that's wrong, whatever it is, because I've never gone through that. I cannot even imagine feeling the grief behind that. But it's the percentage of people wanting that for the perpetrator is just ridiculous. Like it's just high in general, because that's how they see justice. They want justice that way. But yeah, just mentioning that because we had talked about that recently.
Folly became more cooperative. He realized that his fingerprints and DNA found in Taylor's car could link him to her death, especially since he was the last person to see her alive. In addition, Folly already faced a long prison sentence for the videos found in his apartment.
Yeah, this
Therefore, he
guy's
decided
fucked.
to change tactics and talk to the
Say
investigators
this is
again.
F.
Folly admitted that he was with Taylor the night she died. She came to him very upset because she had just broken up with her boyfriend. Folly claimed she wanted to get back at him. According to him, they drank in his apartment and had intercourse. But then, allegedly, Taylor wanted something more. They went to the dorm, where Taylor took the keys to her car. CCTV cameras captured this moment. Folly did not go inside, but waited for her at the entrance. He claimed that when Taylor returned, she had a printout with her describing an action called breath control play. To be more precise, it described asphyxia during intimate contact. They got into her car and drove to a deserted place in Matthews County he had visited
Oh,
before.
not this.
After stopping, they moved to the back seat and again entered into an intimate relationship. According to Folly, during the intercourse, Taylor asked him to start choking her. He refused to do this, but then Taylor threatened him and said she would tell the police and her mother about him. Scared, he did what she asked him to do. Investigators believed that Folly was trying to place all responsibility on Taylor with this story. He was trying to say, "I didn't want to do this, but she left me no choice." He also added that he was under the influence of some illegal substances, and at some point, he realized that Taylor had lost consciousness. Folly panicked, drove back to Richmond, and went to bed, leaving Taylor lying in the car. When he woke up in the morning and returned to the car,
CPR,
he
anything?
realized that she was dead.
Oh my
Investigators did
god.
not believe these words. If
Yeah.
Taylor had died in the car and stayed there for a while, a service dog trained to detect dead bodies would have picked up her scent during the initial search.
Oh.
But the dog didn't pick up any scents in her car. So was Folly lying? He provided an explanation for
We
this,
believe in
saying that he cleaned
the
scents with
doggos.
bleach. However, the criminologists who examined Taylor's car found no traces or even smell of bleach. Folly was coming up with more and more details to make his story more believable. In the morning, after realizing
bleach,
Taylor was dead,
unscented
he covered her with a
bleach,
blanket,
obviously.
returned to Matthews County, and left her there.
Unscented.
It's important to emphasize that
They're
everything
not gonna
mentioned
smell it.
earlier was Folly's story. Only 2 people knew what actually happened to Taylor, one of whom was already dead. According to Folly, Taylor asked him to choke her. But why did he have to drive from Richmond to the woods 100 miles away? Foley's testimony was supposed to convince everyone that it was an accident. The condition in which the police found Taylor's remains did not allow forensic experts to determine the cause of her death. She was exposed to the weather and animals for a month. Investigators analyzed all her social media accounts, checked her email, internet search history, personal diary, and other personal belongings, and found no other evidence that would indicate that Taylor was interested in choking games during intimacy. A piece of duct tape on the outside of Taylor's jacket sleeve indicated that Foley's story was a lie. It was safe to assume that her hands were tied. When the police asked Foley to explain this, he added new details to his story to absolve himself of responsibility and shift it to Taylor.
Oh, also
He claimed
BDSM.
he had forgotten to mention the duct tape. He said Taylor wanted to feel kidnapped and asked to tie her hands. Foley
this
repeatedly stressed that everything
guy.
was consensual. At trial, his lawyers planned to present Taylor not as a naive freshman, but as a girl who liked all of these intimate games. Foley mentioned numerous websites dedicated to his interests in art, Gothic culture, and skulls, and he had a bumper sticker plastered van that he decorated with dozens of
Sounds like
license plates that he had
projection.
collected over
Yeah,
the years.
it does.
Investigators believe
She
Foley
does not
included
seem
one of the
like she
license
wants
plates
it
from his
to,
van on
since
Taylor's
she has
car
no,
to make it
like-
harder for police to find it.
Like,
Facing a life
search,
sentence just for the videos
you
found
know,
on his computers and
search
CDs,
history or anything
Foley
like
sought
that.
out and agreed to a plea deal. Although he was insistent that what happened was an accident, at a court hearing on August 9, 2006, he stood up and, holding photos of his daughters in his hands, entered an Alford plea to a second-degree crime. In American judicial law, an Alford plea is a guilty plea in a criminal court, in which a defendant does not admit guilt, but admits that the evidence presented by the prosecution is likely to convince the judge and jury of his guilt. Alford pleas are permissible in almost all federal and state courts.
Since I want you as well, Shemi, we want babies since you want.
Therefore,
I
while
know.
not expressly admitting guilt,
I
Foley
know.
admitted that the prosecution had
You want,
sufficient
I want
evidence to
now
convince
as well.
the jury of guilt. As part of this plea agreement, the charges related to possession of prohibited videos involving children.
I'm working on it.
Instead of life in
She's
prison,
working on it. She's
Reverend
working on
Foley
it.
got
Listen,
30
it's hard.
years.
It's hard out
He
here
may be
to
released
find
on parole in
good baby
2031.
daddies.
He will be 64 years old. Foley sobbed at times during the hearing, but offered no apologies. His attorney said afterward that Foley,
'Cause he
the
thinks
father of
he's
two
like-
young girls who live with their mother in Pennsylvania, was reluctant to enter a plea. He was very emotional, said William Johnson.
He thinks
one of his
he's,
attorneys.
for some
He
reason,
contends that he thought highly
um,
of Taylor. He contends that he never wanted to do her harm, Johnson said. He's
Innocent.
very depressed, but he's resolved to his fate. Taylor Bell's mother, who attended the hearing with about 35 relatives, said afterward that she was pleased with the outcome. "I'm happy it's over," she said, adding that it does little to help her heal. "I don't know that I'll ever have closure. How do you have closure on losing your only daughter? I don't think there ever will be."
yeah.
Do you think there was any truth in Foley's testimony? Share your opinion in the comments, and thank you for watching this video to the end.
Yeah, do you think that her projection is so strong it got me? Yeah, like how do you think that he was telling the truth? That it was just an accident, that they were having this like sex play thing and he just fucking choked her out and then just left her in the car? I don't fucking believe him at all. If she has like no history, like search history of personally, like if she has no like history of doing that, then like no, you're fucking wrong. Could be that he tried to convince her and it went wrong, or he just has sick fantasies. It's possible. It's 100% possible. Yeah, I don't think that he I think that he has sick fantasies, maybe because he maybe has like experience looking at those or reading that, but I don't think that she did for sure. Okay, next one. This one is Killer Cases, Murder at the Beauty Salon. Okay, Law and Crime Network. So we're gonna have a different voice for this one. This one's kind of long, 42 minutes.
There's a vehicle, but there's no Jolene.
Hmm.
Oh my God, where is my daughter? search for the 34-year-old mother of 3, Jolene Cummings, was last seen at this Tangles hair salon.
Jolene's clients have been with her for years.
She loved being a stylist.
We always talked about her kids. They were her heart. They were her heart.
She was supposed to leave work at Tangles Hair Salon about 5 p.m. You can see on the video
What a cute
figure dressed
name.
in all dark clothing.
Tingles Hair Salon.
Divorce and custody battle.
And then she had a boyfriend that we discovered that there had been a recent domestic incident with them.
Do me a favor, let me
Oh man.
you got some scratches on your wrist now.
Kimberly
Uh-oh.
by
Defensive
14 different
marks.
aliases, and she would find these aliases from cemeteries or from obituaries.
That's
She would use
sick.
the same electric carving knife and very quickly cut up a body.
And not in a nice way.
The resident
In a terrible way.
address even exists.
Fake also to Jolene meant that you're not who you say you are. And that's why she was going to find out, who is this person?
Your wife is in a bar, so she's unresponsive?
This is what he's going to tell you.
She was a detective salon girl?
Trying to find the person.
Like a salon lady? That is sick, actually. In a good way. Now,
Hurrying to find the defendant.
in a positive way. That's amazing. Hi, Ken. Can I have a shout out to Ken? How are you?
Finding this missing woman. This is a missing mom named Jolene Cummings.
She hasn't been seen since Saturday and did not show up to pick up her kids from her ex-husband on Mother's Day.
I really didn't know what to think. It wasn't like Jolene. Initially I thought, well, she's sleeping because she works so hard. You know, every Saturday that was her busiest day.
Jolene Cummings worked at the Tangles Hair Salon in the town of...
Yeah, I heard weekends are the
Nice
worst for
people who
KB's
work
mom.
there.
She's a personal
Jolene's
salon
clients have been with her for years. People knew
person.
one another.
Oh gosh, she loved being a stylist. She had a lot of loyal customers.
Jolene was a free spirit. She was very kind. She was loving. We always
Okay,
talked about
just got off a flight to San Diego. Okay. To San Diego. So you were in Seattle earlier?
There was always a big celebration for Mother's Day, but this was extra special. And it was her birthday.
Well, welcome back home.
The first Mother's Day she was able to celebrate.
Welcome
with her children,
back.
being Mother's Day and her birthday. I knew there was something wrong. Jolene would never ever miss picking up those children.
She didn't call her own mother, and she didn't post anything on social media. And so the day after Mother's Day, Jolene's mother called the sheriff's office to report her daughter missing.
The case was assigned to Nassau County Sheriff's Detective.
Uh-oh, there's a piece of...
The last time we could
I'll put that
determine
in
that
there.
she was seen was Saturday around the time that she was supposed to leave work at Tangles Hair Salon at about 5 p.m.
You're welcome. We're just listening to some crime, and I'm doing some diamond painting, which I'm starting to get...
To a divorce and custody battle. He claims, however,
Okay, there we go.
she's probably on a bender somewhere.
She's somewhere on a bender? That's what he said? What an
Suspect, but
asshole.
Certainly law enforcement looked at those people who were close to Jolene
Like,
with
your ex is meeting, or you're missing, and then you're just like, yeah, she's probably like
in the process of a divorce with
on a
she had
bender.
boyfriend that we
What the
discovered that
fuck?
there had been a recent domestic incident with them. So those are going to be two of the first people that we wanted to speak to.
All right, let me read these to you, okay? You have the right to remain silent.
The husband was very cooperative from the start. He voluntarily
Okay.
showed up at the sheriff's office.
There's some F's in there.
Told the husband, Jason Cummings, that he was a person of interest.
I'm here because Jolene's missing, okay? She hadn't been seen since she left work on Saturday. My hope is that she is going to turn up. I have no evidence right now that it's foul play. I have no evidence that it's not foul play.
Okay.
It's concerning.
That's a lot of the F's.
to that no
Let's pour some more. Hey Jun, how are you today? Hi Lily, how are you? I'm doing pretty well actually. I'm working on new diamond painting here.
You're talking about drugs. What are you saying? She has some kind of drug habit? I don't know.
You guys are cute. Alright, I've got one in here that I missed. I'm gonna double check here to make sure I've got all of them.
She disappeared for a few days. Okay. And I got my hopes open that it is drugged out.
I see one.
I hope it's drug based. I need help.
That's enough.
That's what I think. He allowed for a search of his cellular phone.
Okay.
He allowed a
So I can
search
move
of his
on, I
vehicle,
think.
and he gave a account of his activity for the weekend. And we did follow up and verify his alibi, and it was determined that he had nothing to do with Jolene going missing.
So he's just an asshole. Got it.
Jason G. emerged as a person of great interest, especially after police learned he was wanted on an outstanding warrant.
We did locate him and arrested him on the unrelated warrant.
Oh, my hands are starting to stiff.
In any way with her.
He's already bouncing his leg. He's already nervous.
You know, they had
He's already guilty.
issues
No,
in their relationship.
we don't know.
That became known to law enforcement.
Though he is being, like, accused of domestic violence, so maybe then.
You got some scratches on your wrist and everything. Tell me about those.
Oops.
He said they came from playing with his dog.
We did have a report of a confrontation at her house a few days earlier.
Do you mind if I take a look at your chest and back, make sure you don't got much claw marks or anything?
So
I'm gonna get some more clay. I'm starting to run out already. I don't know what's up. I usually am able to keep some of the clay pretty easily, but it's starting to really wear away this time. I don't know if it's just like the quality of the clay, but just got off of work, time to relax. Please do come and relax and listen in with us. He conveniently lost his phone. Of course he did.
To this interview, like I told you, these cameras are for real. Your story's making no sense. Oh, well then I need to get a lawyer to help me out. It's time for you to come clean and tell us what you did with it. I didn't do nothing with it.
He needs to say he needs to say I'd like a lawyer, and I'm refusing to speak because
Remember this when you're looking at this in court 6 months from now. When you listen to this interview, you sit there lying. I ain't lying.
But there was still no evidence of a crime. No sign of Jolene or of her car.
yeah, they're just trying to intimidate him.
For the weekend and didn't show. We didn't know.
Oh my gosh. Alright, that's it. Okay. Oh god. Slowly, slowly. We don't want to make anything, break anything.
Update here from
There we
Jolene
are.
Cummings. The search for a 34-year-old mother of 3 was last seen at this Tangles hair salon.
It was day 2 of the search for Jolene Cummings.
Police want you to be on the lookout for
Thank you for the lurk, Lily.
Ford Expedition with Florida tag 035 KBQ.
The day after the flyer was released, I had a gentleman call and said that he believed that he had seen the vehicle in a Home Depot parking lot in Yulee.
There's a vehicle, but there's no Jolene. Oh my God, where is my daughter?
The discovery of Jolene's car was an important break.
There's
in
two
this
that I
case.
have
Once
here
they got
that
the
I
surveillance
wanna-
video, that it just led to one piece of evidence after another.
There we are.
The video showed the vehicle being parked there about 1:17 a.m. You can see on the video a figure dressed in all dark colored, appeared to be all black color clothing, walking towards a nearby convenience store.
We knew she was a woman dressed in all black, but law enforcement did not know who she was.
She eventually asked the clerk to use the phone to get a taxi cab.
Why would she need a cab though?
We started looking
She
at
like trying to run from something?
Foul play involved with this missing person. We may be working something here other than just a missing person.
All of these things are happening at one time while detectives are at the salon, talking to the owner, finding out who was last with Jolene.
The women at the salon said Jolene and another stylist, Jennifer Seibert, were scheduled to close up the salon on that Saturday.
Oh, so she wasn't the only one there. Okay, so she was just one of few salon people.
One
Okay.
of Jolene's colleagues actually identify Jennifer Seibert from the video.
Jennifer had already raised suspicions earlier in the day.
She was actually physically pulling into the parking lot, and when the owner told her that the police were there, she immediately exited the parking lot and told the owner that she was not going to come into work. As a matter of fact, she was quitting, and they could mail her final paycheck.
What? So she just decided to run?
And got an address that she had provided on her employment application.
That's not sus at all. Like, why would you?
The residence, there's no such address even existed.
She lied on the residence thing?
She was crazy. She was never wanting to let anybody know any personal things about her at all. Where she came from, where she'd been, where she lived.
She's just so weird. She's just so weird. And I remember telling my mom, I was like, I feel like that she killed somebody and she's on the run.
I'd gotten my hair cut, and Jolene and I were talking, and she just kind of comes up and butts right in, and she's really kind of nasty towards Jolene.
And we kind of come to the conclusion that maybe she was living out of her vehicle. So, we began to search the
They think she was like running from crime, and she was just getting like a side job in the process of running. Would not be surprised.
We eventually found her down in St. Johns County, and she was taken into custody for auto theft, for stealing Jolene's vehicle.
What? She stole her vehicle? So she stole her car. She tried to fucking run. She quit her job. Said, oh, I'm not coming back in. You can mail me my check. But when she tried to go, there was no address there. Like, how? Okay.
When you run my fingerprints through, they come up as Kimberly Lee Kessler. I was born in May of 1968, May 9th. I am 50 years old. I've been living under this particular alias since 1999, so not quite 1999. This is 18, yeah, about 19 years. And that's about it. So I would prefer to be called Kim.
She had gone by about 17 different names. Lived in 33 cities and 14 states. She's obviously running or hiding from something.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Of her driver's license photos over the course of the last 2 decades, it's remarkable. Hairstyle, hair color, weight.
Whoa.
She changes her appearance to fit whoever
Holy shit.
she wants to be at that moment.
Does she not look like completely different people? Holy shit. This is the same person? Okay, let's look. Because she's literally like a spy for real.
She's obviously
running
or hiding from something.
The spy from Spy Family. Look at her.
Driver's license photos.
She looks like completely different people. If she was a stylist, but it's also like her demeanor. Like, look at her demeanor. Look at her demeanor here. Look at the way that she's looking at everything. Like her face.
Remarkable.
They're like completely different. It's like, I don't know. If she was a yeah. I mean, it's her hair for sure, but it's not only her hair. It's like her whole attitude, I feel like.
Hair color, weight. She changes her appearance to fit whoever it is that she wants to be at that moment.
She's wild. That's
And
crazy.
she would find and own these aliases from cemeteries or from obituaries. The name Jennifer Seibert is the name of a young woman who was killed in a car crash. She tried to make the reason that she had this alias was because she'd obtained an injection.
I wonder if she got Botox or minor procedures, possibly.
What we made of it, it was just more of her deception.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I'm calling you by your right name.
I was trying to build a rapport with her. I noticed right away that she loved to talk about herself.
I was working as a topless dancer, and that was before my truck driving debut. So, and I did that just for a little while,
Damn, she'd be a great fucking streamer, man. Talk about yourself forever? Wow.
About 25
No,
years
I'm
when I
just
was
kidding.
running from the FBI and thought I could build like a life for myself, and I've done nothing. I've been living in, I've been trying. I've been living in my car for the last over 2 years.
The interview took a different turn, and we started confronting her about the disappearance and that we believed that she had done something with Jolene.
Did an accident happen between y'all? I mean,
hey, I think Jolene's dead, and I think you know where Jolene is.
And then Detective Wayne Harrington told Kessler to think of Jolene's 2 little boys.
I dread the point, but it's going to happen. I'm going to have to tell them that their mom is gone. Okay.
And we need to know where
but I need to at least let them be able to give her a proper. She's out there somewhere. Her body's out there somewhere. We're going to find out what happened. I don't mean that.
Okay.
I mean that in a bad way. I've been here for 4 days, almost 16, 18 hours a day, because I'm going to find out where those little boys' mama is. I promise you I'm going to do that. You can help me do that, and you're the one that can make it happen right now.
No, I cannot, and I'm not, again, whatever fury may come. So let me reply it this way, and you may not like the answer. I would like legal counsel.
She immediately at that time knew it was time to stop talking and request an attorney.
Let me clarify. Do you not want to talk to me? Do you not want to talk to me without legal counsel? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, you're going to get an attorney, but if you change your mind and want to talk to me, I'm going to reunite those boys if it's nothing but with their mother's body. I know that's a sin. I know she's dead. Okay?
All right.
She was taken into custody, obviously, for the auto theft, and then quickly we honed in on her as Jolene's murderer.
Wow, she stopped talking about herself real quick.
Now there's a growing memorial for the woman police believe to be dead.
The hair salon was
Believed to be?
At that time, I said, we got to get our crime scene guys over to that salon and really, really process it to the naked eye.
Like, what makes you
just
kill someone like that?
She did a pretty good job of cleaning up.
But the forensic team has ways to see what the naked eye cannot, using a chemical called luminol or blue star that turns blue.
Oh yes, even really small. Like it's like 0.100, like one out of 100,000. Even if there's a little bit of blood. Yeah, even if there's a little bit of blood, they'll be able to.
It also tested positive for blood, which
there we go.
indicated that that was one of the items that was used to clean the salon.
Mm-hmm.
The focus was no longer on Jolene Cummings' boyfriend, especially after the discovery of a new surveillance video of Kimberly Kessler.
There were some dumpsters that were located behind the salon. We could see her emptying garbage bags into the dumpster, but you could tell they had some significant weight to them. As you watch the video, the way she had to throw them into the dumpster. So we did have the video of her disposing of something in the dumpster. She's also seen with a large blue plastic bin, and she's seen carrying that or dragging it out back and actually dumping some contents into the wood line behind the salon.
Oh.
We did recover that blue bin. It was left in the wood line.
She just left it there? Wow.
It did test positive for blood, and a portion of
messy.
The prosecutors wanted much more than just one fingernail.
So we contacted the landfill to see where those trucks that emptied those dumpsters, where would they go and where would they dump?
The search for the Nassau County mother of 3, it is now crossing state lines, leading investigators to a landfill in Georgia.
It was in
that's
July.
fun.
It was very hot. It was nasty. That's the last place you want to
Oh,
look for something.
July, it's
Garbage landfill.
very
Everything looks the
smelly.
same, 'cause when they
So
got-
smelly.
They got these bulldozers
Especially in Georgia,
the
of all
trash in different
places.
areas.
It's hot down
May
south.
dump here, but it may wind up over there.
You know, we're obviously looking for human remains. We're looking for the type of clothing that Jolene was wearing.
We did find a lot of bones in those areas. We had to call
Oh,
Professor
gosh.
and she determined they were all animal bones.
But in the search for Jolene,
had no luck.
No body found at all.
No body.
Successfully tried first-degree murder cases without bodies before, and under the law in Florida, we can do that.
and the effort to find enough evidence to bring murder charges led to a warrant to go through Kessler's internet search history.
She searched for female serial killers in Florida. She searched for no body, no crime.
And detectives tracked down people around the country who had dealt with Kessler. A doctor at the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota who had
Did they mention a motive or connection? Not yet. Just that they both worked at the same salon. That's it.
a man in Texas who met her online.
And then when she came up here, she offered to marry me.
A classmate
What?
of Kessler's from high school whose brother had broken up with her.
And she said, I'll get even with you. And she waited for him to fall asleep, but she hit him over the mouth with a baseball bat.
What?
Basically blew all his teeth right out.
An ex-boyfriend.
Jesus Christ.
And she's like, well, I couldn't take him with me, so I had to kill him.
What?
Did you say?
Oh my god, this bitch is crazy.
Shot him with a shotgun.
Oh my god, this poor cat.
Detectives believe
Oh my god.
a much different approach.
This bitch is, it's over. Bitch, it's over.
Had video surveillance and a receipt of her going to the Walmart store in Fernandina Beach.
She purchased a gallon of ammonia, some
I know.
Glam
What the
gloves, rubber
fuck,
gloves.
dude?
and what was shocking
So
to me,
fucked up. She's fucked
she
up.
bought an electric knife.
An electric saw?
You got to be kidding me. She's not going to do something like this.
She's cutting up the body. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Retained a forensic anthropologist who conducted an experiment on a cadaver and was able to confirm that, in fact, yes, she used the same electric carving knife that we know that Kimberly Kessler bought from.
Oh, it's a
Walmart.
carving knife.
And,
Oh my god.
Very quickly and very easily, you can cut up a body. It's clear there was a fight in that salon. It's clear, even though we don't have Jolene's body, that she fought back. And it's clear to us that Kimberly Kessler cut up Jolene's body. It's horrifying.
Tonight, Kimberly Kessler is charged with first-degree premeditated murder. There's still no body, but deputies say they have both physical and circumstantial evidence. Our Julia Janae is live at the state attorney's
Like,
office
bitch,
tonight.
it is not fucking November. You do not need that knife.
Jolene Cummings, who said she's heartbroken, but also telling me that she's thankful at how the community has reacted to her daughter's missing persons.
I would too. They seemed to be really fast on it.
Jolene's life was stolen from us, not by the hands of God, but by evil itself, manifested in what I call a monster.
She's a sociopath.
Those hurting you?
No, they feel great.
The way this is all on video, I know, right? Like, jeez.
Not your mercy, so have as much fun as you'd like.
And she's also a very narcissistic person. I think she was interested, weirdly, about what fame or attention this might even bring her.
That's what a lot of serial killers are like, though. They want the fame, they want the attention.
This is a prepaid call.
They want to be known.
Hello, Mom. It's kind of funny. They keep me in solitary confinement like it's a bad thing. It's heaven, girl. I love it. I don't know what happened. All I know is that I didn't do anything. I had nothing to do with it. I have no idea. They're just trying to make me look bad in front of the judge by keeping me in here.
I know, she was definitely a fucking XD girl. Just like us, though. But in the worst way possible.
she didn't need anybody else that she could.
I didn't want.
Get away
Wait,
with
I
this,
almost. What?
That she was going to get away with murder.
The Green Mile. I think I've heard of this one. This place. Green Mile. Isn't that just It's one of the most famous prisons. I know that. Okay, let's do.
Kessler or Cyber. She said she will not.
Oh, I guess 11.
While she was held in the Nassau County
11.
Jail
That's
pre-trial,
11.
she went on a hunger strike.
She got down to 70-something pounds. I did go over and talk to her one day.
We could do. Oh.
I'm afraid she was going to be poisoned.
She did terrible things in the jail. The guards who were responsible for keeping her safe and fed and were incredibly abused by Kimberly Kessler. She would throw her feces at them, and she did searches about what the punishment, the penalty.
There's a movie about it too. Oh yeah, that's true. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Wait, did I fuck it up? Let me check.
But Kessler's defense lawyers saw an opening that they could prove she was not competent to stand trial.
I'm fixing my cam. One sec.
Brought this incompetency issue before the court on multiple occasions.
We are
All right.
following breaking news this afternoon. A judge has ruled that Kimberly Kessler is
Hopefully that's
incompetent
okay.
to stand trial for the murder of a Nassau County mother. She will now be sent to a Florida behavioral hospital.
She's a nut, for lack of a better word. Does she have personality disorders? She probably does. But is she crazy and doesn't understand? No, I don't buy that for a minute.
No, I think she knows what she's doing. She just has like massive
Kimberly Kessler was
mental health issues.
The competency hearing was pivotal.
I'm a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner.
Alexandra Johnson was the prosecution's key witness.
That her behavior is something that is thought out.
Oh, sorry guys.
As opposed to somebody who's just smearing
There.
feces everywhere.
And our prosecutors did a
I didn't
really fine
realize.
job of bringing in the guards who were communicating with her on a daily basis.
Is Ms. Kessler capable of communicating her thoughts with her needs to you? Yes, ma'am.
I heard you guys played freaking Valo with Shadow yesterday. Wow.
It became very apparent to all of us and the court that this was just
Thanks
more
for the
of
invite, I
same.
guess.
Her deliberately attempting to control a scenario. This is not.
What do you mean? Oh
a
yeah.
crazy
What do you mean by
person
that?
Or an incompetent person.
It was a 5 stack. Okay, okay. All right, yeah, sure. A 5 stack. Sure. No, just kidding. I know it was. Shadow said it was a 5 stack earlier. There's the pink.
No body, and in the courtroom, no defendant.
Every time she came into the courtroom, she had outbursts. She was just
What is she even saying?
She wouldn't cooperate with anybody, wouldn't cooperate with her attorneys.
I refuse it. I have refused it. I refuse the public defender's office. They appointed Jordan Beard, Jolene Clemmings' cousin.
She kept saying a phrase about Jordan Beard, who was representing her in the case, saying that that was Jolene Cummings' cousin. Of course, it wasn't, but she would make those outbursts continually in the courtroom.
And what, you don't want the public to know that? You don't want them to know?
The judge would attempt to talk to her, to ask her to participate in her defense, and she refused to.
Because Ken makes sure to have 5 to avoid inviting you. I told him not to though. Wow.
Court with her in there.
Wow, okay.
Did not know about the multitude of times that
I understand, Ken.
Kimberly
It's
Kessler
okay.
tried to.
You can just say that you don't like me, Ken. It's okay.
Crazy. They didn't know that at all, and they also didn't know why she.
You can just say, damn, Jun, I just really don't like you, and I don't like playing games with you.
Finally, one last question I need to read in. Kimberly Kessler is absent from these proceedings at this time. This is a matter which must not in any way affect you during the proceedings in this case. You must not engage in any speculation nor draw any inference from Ms. Kessler's absence.
I heard from Pango, you know, and Pango never lies. He never lies.
So that
That has to be true. You know what I mean? Pango would never lie to me like that. There's no way. You know what I mean?
On Saturday, May 12th, 2018, Jolene Cummings,
I never lie.
of 3 young children.
I don't like you, it's more. Yeah, you really like me? Wow.
But as Jolene Cummings made plans for the next day of her life, the defendant had planned Jolene's death.
Nah, you said I was good at Valo and that's a lie. Wow. You are good at Valo though.
Surveillance footage of Kessler.
And I don't mind lying to you.
We have
That's
the
what it
very
makes for you to try to believe
internet
me.
Searches that Kessler had done. Her own searches, her own words, her own inquiry was incredibly damning evidence.
It is this evidence that will convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant planned.
You did better than me. It's true. Is Shami able to do a better negative reinforcement than me? And my degrading? Probably.
She had also tried to fire.
She'll probably do better than me.
The basic facts of the case.
Physical evidence in this case.
I'm too much like, I don't know. I don't know what to say. What do I say?
In this case is that there was some
And mine just ends up being guilt or goofy.
physical altercation. It clearly happened. What the evidence will not show, what the state cannot show, is who started it, how that fight started, where.
Okay, Shemi, feed me more ammo. Ducky said they were terrible. Really? We're both terrible. He called my Tina joke terrible, and it's true. Your Tina joke? Wow. That's so fucked.
Clearly showed that there was simply no premeditation in this case. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this case, we will be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt of one thing. That is the
This is L, right? Yeah, it's 10.
first-degree premeditated murder with a weapon.
So, the women who worked at the Tangles hair salon would be key to the prosecution case. To
There we
describe
go.
the bad blood between Kimberly and Jolene.
They've had fucking bad blood? Like how? I don't understand.
Simmons read text messages Jolene sent her about Kimberly.
Just real smart mouthy towards everyone. It's been a week. I'm just trying to avoid her. She has been real negative. There is some things little off about her. I can't put my finger on it.
Jolene started to become suspicious of Jennifer Seibert. She, I think, doubted Jennifer Seibert's
I said it.
story of her
It was
life.
outdated. That's pretty bad. Saying something's outdated is pretty much saying that it sucks. Not gonna lie. I'm sorry.
Do you remember Jolene Cummings telling the defendant, "You're fake"?
You fake, yes. I remember so that you fake go away. I don't like you.
I think when she used the word fake. Fake also to Jolene meant that you're not who you say you are. Like, Jolene was good at her instincts about people. And that's why she was going to start Googling her to find out, who is this person?
Oh, she looked into her. That's crazy. Yeah. That's a nail in the coffin, especially if she's like, I don't want you to look at me or know who I am or who I used to be. It's fucking over, dude.
Every single morning in trial, she was brought to the courtroom and asked if she would like to
It's
participate.
done.
Director of the jail.
This case sort of wanted to go out like that to advise you that he's paying the rest of their case.
Degrading kink?
Now, it's their case and not.
Ugh. What do you want from me? Degradation? Degradation? Okay, Ken. Okay. Ken. How do you prefer? Oh, what type of weapon do you want? Words? Just words? I cannot believe you play all that Valorant and you still play like that. That is pathetic. How many hours are you and you're still iron? Ugh. I can't. No, Ken, you're great. You're great. You're great. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. Okay. Okay. You know, I didn't know that Ken was such an asshole. He comes in here and pretends that he's my friend, but then he doesn't even invite me to Valorant. Now I know who my real friends are. Hold on, I'm sorry. No, you're fine. You're fine. I don't mean it. I don't mean it. I don't mean it. I know. You had a 5 seconds. Fine. Mine was literally, you laugh too much. You laugh too much? You are too jolly. It is not okay with me. No, what do you mean? Alright, alright, alright. That's enough. That's enough. Hopefully that was enough to satisfy your degradation. I'm way too positive. Listen, we're supposed to be doing the degradation. You stop that. No free degradation from yourself. Thank you. Oops, I did the wrong fucking... I meant that one. I meant that one. No free degradation from yourself. Oh my gosh. Anyway. Alright. Let me continue now. Jesus. Almost done with this one, by the way.
Including if you want to testify. So again,
What dessert was that? It's like a
make sure that you want to stay
orange chocolate cake thing.
The defense only called one witness.
We would call Detective Wayne Harrington.
And he was asked about the contents of a tote bag found in Jolene Cummings' SUV.
Orange chocolate? It sounds good. Yeah, it does sound good. I would love that.
Law enforcement testing. And what were the results of that submission was tested?
The defense rested its case in less than 1 hour after calling just one witness. Closing arguments begin at 8:15 Thursday morning.
Here we go. Almost done with L, guys. Almost done with L.
Closing arguments with jury instructions.
Unless I am done with L. Hold on.
You can be seated over there with counsel.
I refuse.
Okay.
I refuse. Do you want me to say it again? Sure. I refuse this venal, unjust counsel. Jordan Beard is Jolene Cummings' cousin. Jordan Beard is Jolene Cummings' cousin.
So at this point in time, I will proceed to counsel for the state.
Remember to change name to Orange Chocolate to feed my ego?
The last person was Jolene. From her internet searches, it's obvious that she
I missed one.
killer. The searches indicated that she considered to kill. She was considering killing Jolene Cummings by drug overdose. That is all the evidence you need to find the
Oh, 2 more. Okay.
beyond a reasonable doubt.
This is why I do the fucking one last overs every time.
She attempted to conceal her crime.
Orange Pingo Colette. Excellent.
May I please report?
Pingo Colette.
Morning. I submit that any one of us could
So yummy.
Google searches,
F.
searches, cherry picked
F is 9, right?
taken out of context, could look evil or nefarious without saying, well, yeah, I was listening to this podcast or I read this article. Everyone following this case, everyone's been following this case for 3.5 years. Has probably Googled something similar. That doesn't make any sense.
There we go.
Web searches lack
Where was it again?
So what does all
It was
what has
F?
the state proven?
There's an F over here. Where was it?
Violent conflict, afterthought clock, done by 7.
Here? No.
What the state cannot offer you, they have absolutely no proof of, are the questions that you need to decide this case. Who started it? Who was the aggressor?
Where's the F in here?
Who was defending themselves?
Then a PNG made a pango cake with a fake face on it? That's cute though.
Fill in the blanks.
That's super cute.
And it may not seem fair. Say, well, it could have been this, it could have been that. No. His offer shows both of them. Both of them. It's no fight. Throughout this salon, front to back. Runner.
I'm still not finding this. What the hell?
We're asking you to find this Kessler not guilty of this offense. Thank you.
There's another L though.
The Nassau County
There's another
Courthouse,
L.
we are on
I'm looking
verdict
for
watch. Right this minute,
F.
jurors are deliberating in the case against Kimberly Kessler for the murder of a Nassau County woman some 3.5 years ago.
Kessler has been advised that the verdict has been reached.
I might put this here.
Participate and listen to the verdict. All right, to do that, you can must not disrupt these proceedings.
Refuse.
Pardon?
No, thank you.
Don't we all look for F? I mean, here, you guys can tell me. You guys see F? Let me know. 'Cause I'm looking for it. I don't know. I'm 100% sure that I saw it earlier. But now I'm not seeing it.
Madam Clerk, will you please
I see one? Tell me. Where is it? Right there. In the middle? You're so right. I found it.
Count 1. First-degree murder.
That's the one that I was looking for. Thank you. And then now I'm looking for the L right here.
Jury found the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment.
The L was right here. There. I think we're all good.
It's been a long 3 years. 3 years, 7
Okay.
months, and 9 days.
Press F for respects. F.
My daughter Jolene was taken from us. Today we praise God. We praise God.
Okay.
We got the verdict.
We're praising God now.
This is some type of closure. I
Dad
just
joke energy.
have a message to Kimberly Kessler.
True. Damn.
From one mother to another mother. If you could find it within your heart to tell us where the remains of my daughter. Where are the remains of my daughter? Give us some closure. I'm asking you from one mother to another.
She doesn't give a fuck. I'm not gonna lie. She came in there screaming about how the her defense lawyer, her defense attorney, is related to Kimberly Kessler when he was not. Okay. Like 23andMe.
I'm going to a bench. My daughter's not there.
Is gonna be like,
Had one last opportunity
he's
to
not
decide
related.
What happened to Jolene's body? But instead, she continued to rant and rave.
We were hoping that Kessler would talk, but I don't believe she ever will.
And because there was no body,
Okay.
prosecutors felt they could
What number is this
meet
again?
requirements for the death
4. So it's all A's. I see all the A's here.
I can only imagine how Jolene was killed, but I don't know. I don't have a
I
body
still don't know.
examiner, a forensic pathologist to tell me, was she stabbed 100 times? Was she stabbed twice?
That's crazy though. Like, holy shit.
The absence of Jolene's body that made for us it impossible to seek death in this case.
So, case number 2018 CF 815 on the charge of first-degree premeditated Jolene Cummings. This court will adjudicate Kimberly Kessler.
Hers is just life in prison?
Guilty, sentence her to life in prison.
Yeah.
Without any possibility of use of parole.
Of parole, yep. That's
As
the
soon as
best
she
that
was
they can do
sentenced, I
for
wanted
her.
her out of our jail.
Or rather,
The next day, she was on the first bus out of town, and we celebrated with cake and ice cream her homegoing. Because her home for the rest of her life, and until she takes her last breath, is Florida State Prison. We were glad to get rid of her.
Damn. They said, thank God.
Anybody else that has
She did seem kind of unhinged though, for real.
She did this to my daughter. How many more victims were there? To know that all these cities that she
Hi,
lived in, all the
Trollo?
states, all the cities.
Hi, hello. I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong.
And that's a lot
Hello,
of places to be on
welcome.
the- Do I believe she's done this before? Absolutely.
Definitely not because Dro showed up. Hello. Another Crab's Treasure. That sounds like an amazing freaking game. I don't know what it's about, but it sounds awesome. I think this is the most perfect last story to go with today. This will be our last one. Then you guys seem to be well acquainted. Yes, yes. Welcome, welcome. It's a Souls game, but I make it crab. Oh, it's a Souls game. Much love, Joe. I really did have to go. Where'd you... What do you mean? Sounds crabby, yeah. Sure does. But yes, if you're unfamiliar with this, what this series is, the series is Crimes and Crafts, where I craft while listening to a true crime story with with everyone here, with chat. And you guys can talk about it, and we can talk about it and see how we feel about it. So it's perfect because we're gonna start a new one. So if you wanna, if you're ready to hear a new crime, a new case, then you've come at the right time. So you have to go see your brothers. Are you going now, Pango? If you're going now, then I will say goodbyes now. I love crafts and crime. Nice. It's perfect then. It'll be perfect. Yeah? No! Okay then. Enjoy the rest of your day. Go and see your brothers. Hope you have a good time, okay? I'll talk to you later. I'm gonna play Tarkov without you, since you played Valo without me. Okay, bye. Bye, Pango. I'll talk to you later. Wow. Okay, you can't do that to Ken and then be upset when I do it to you. You're guilty too. You're also in that group.
Paramedics, I think he shot everybody. He has a handgun, he's shooting everybody. Is that gunfire? I'm just so scared. I'm scared he's
No, they're fireworks.
Information about a deadly rampage in a St. Johns County neighborhood. Investigators say James Cawley shot and killed his wife and her best friend.
You know, there's 5 children that lost their mothers on that day.
Little League baseball games are attended with an empty blue chair. For Lindy to sit in and watch Patrick play.
Always take domestic violence seriously, because you never know at what point it might escalate and something happen like what happened to Amanda.
Yes, also please check out my trigger warnings up above in the pin. Just be aware of the nature of the stuff that we're talking about today. I'm gonna lower this just a little bit.
Find the first place to put a body. No, sir. The only thing they could do.
I'm back for real this time. What crime have you committed today so far? Oh, so many. So many. So many. Lots of murders for sure. And just some real stupid killers out there though today. Some real stupid killers.
Planned community with pools. It's a very nice neighborhood, a very nice area of our counties.
I mean, the entire portrait of this family just didn't speak to something that would end in such violence and bloodshed.
Amanda and J.R. Collins.
I went and won some treatments. Hopefully they went well.
The life of the party. She was outgoing, gregarious. Everybody wanted to be friends with her. Amanda, she lit up a room, and she was gorgeous and confident. I mean, she was the perfect package. She was everything you would want in a friend.
James is a very personable man. He could easily become a friend with somebody. He worked in the banking industry. He worked in the mortgage department. Kids, he was great. I mean, he spent all the time he could with the kids. He coached their teams. He took them on vacations.
He's our killer, right? If he's our killer, then... See, that's a skill issue right there. I choose not to commit crimes because I'm fully aware of myself, my own stupidity. Yeah, that's so fair. You're like, I'm gonna be caught. I'm gonna be caught immediately. Forget it.
And be very self-confident to be with Amanda because she was so friendly.
I think he probably drank too much. You know, if he started drinking, sometimes it was hard to stop. We all have some demons, but I think his probably ran a little deeper, and he did abuse things on occasion.
She tried to make it work.
What? Is this man just like... He's like, oh yeah, everyone has their vices, and 100%, like, he did, like, his was probably drinking, but he did abuse things on occasion. Hello? Sir? Sir? Treatment was okay. We started discussing what's next if this new thing he's trying starting Friday doesn't work. I see. Well, hopefully, the new thing that he is starting will be helpful though. He said he's out of ideas. Oh, no. Has he been feeling better or worse recently? Because it sounds like he's been feeling better. Based upon like the fact that he's like joining us and stuff like that, but that wasn't within the last like 2 or so weeks, so I don't know if he's been feeling different. Either way, I really hope that this does work for sure.
As long as she could. And
what's up,
when
Ducky?
it came to the point where the scales tipped to where his behavior was affecting the family, then I think that's when she decided that this needs to be, we just need to separate, this needs to be over.
I always feel better after a June stream. I always feel better after a Salary stream. I always like hanging out with Salary.
The separation papers were filed in the middle of July.
Always.
But JR would still come to visit.
It would go from, 3 days of being a family to 3 days of don't talk to me,
There
to
we
3
go.
days of being a family to 3 days stay away from me. It came out in court that they had sex together. And she said, well, I felt like I had to in order to, keep him happy so I wouldn't get hurt.
She had a new beau
Oh,
that was something she
girl.
might have kept to herself from her husband.
He had a girlfriend. I mean, he had already moved on, but he still didn't want to let go of Amanda.
Possessive. Definitely very possessive. He's like, well, I don't want to give her or share her with anyone else, even though I'm not in love with her anymore.
Mad that, thinking whatever he
Crazy.
was thinking about where she was and what she was
Or
doing.
wild, I should
He got
say.
her clothes out of the closet and burning them in the backyard. That's not normal behavior.
Amanda filed for
That
divorce
is
and a temporary injunction
not normal.
against
That is
JR
100% not normal.
Writing in the court papers, JR would cut me up or kill me if he ever found out I was cheating.
And part of the reason why I think it took Amanda so long to take action was because he did try to be a good father to the kids, and she did not want to,
Take that away.
into it wanting to have a divorce. Nobody
Yeah.
wants to tear apart their family, to be torn apart.
There are honestly a lot of women who stay in abusive relationships because they don't want their children to be without their parent, which is sad because they end up having to be abused for that reason. But man, it's hard. It's hard. What's this? I don't want to fight.
And I
Can we
think
just talk
once he
for him?
found out, that was
Wow. Wait, hold
too
on.
much. That was confirmation of, okay, this is the
Let
guy.
me see.
He received this picture
1 second.
of a bare-chested man mowing the lawn at Amanda's house.
I have a pic of him. How do you have a pic of him? I don't even know what you're talking about. Sorry, I wasn't looking down. He isn't coming around for nothing, Amanda. Just stop lying. But I really feel you could do better than that. You caught me having someone mow the grass. Wow, I must be a whore. I don't want to fight. Can we just talk for a minute? No?
And I think once he found out, that was too much. That was confirmation of, okay, this is the guy.
JR also sent messages to the neighbor who had taken the picture.
She's an evil person. She's a cheating whore. She's the worst person on this earth. And now she will pay. First off, who is this fucking neighbor, and why can't they mind their own fucking business? Like honestly, if you know the guy is already abusing his wife, do you really think giving them pictures of another man, whether or not he was hired or not hired, okay, to mow your lawn is a good idea? Like, legitimately, do you really think that? I mean, you're just instigating, right? Do you not think that you're instigating? Like, you could go to her and be like, hey, are you like, you really need to be careful because, like, I was going to send it, maybe like I could send this to your husband, stuff like that, but because I see that you're cheating, but like, you really need to not do this or whatever, or just heart to heart talk to them. Or honestly, don't even, just go ahead and just mind your business. If they're cheating, let them figure it out. Let them figure it out. Don't take a picture. Like, don't take out your phone. That's none of your business. Their relationship is none of your business, and the condition of it, you know? Unless somebody is in danger, which if she was in danger, you can go to her and be like, hey, I'm concerned about your safety because I hear all these noises coming up from your house. I'm afraid that something will happen that's drastic. Then you can go ahead and do that. But with the other guy, that's none of your business. I feel like IMO. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but that's how I feel. He's actually been pretty bad the past few weeks. He's been trying to join in to force himself, but it's been really hard for him. He has persistent depressive disorder, which means he's always depressed and it doesn't go away. Not very common. He has major depressive episodes with it. He basically exists on a 5 to 10 depression state. But then he gets these episodes that last weeks to months that are like 8 plus depression, and usually accompanied with the psychosis, which is his current thing he's dealing with. For him, psychosis is basically that his thinking is so skewed he can't see the truth. Like, he thinks everyone hates him and sees all these little signs that don't exist, and no amount of explaining is not true, and showing him proof will allow him to break out of the delusion. Oh yeah. Yeah, I totally see that. No amount of explaining and showing him proof will allow him to break... Yeah. It's hard. It's hard. Like, I kind of get that to some point too, where when I catastrophize, it doesn't matter sometimes how much somebody gives me, like, when I'm spiraling essentially, and I think everybody has, not everybody, but it's pretty common for people to be so emotional and spiraling to a point where, like, they don't, even if you try to prove it or try to explain it or show, like, how can you think this? Like, it just, if you have something in your mind, you just believe it. You keep believing it, at least for a little bit. that's for, I mean, obviously it's not the same for Wump since it's at a different degree, but I think everybody can feel and know that feeling of just like that anxiety taking over, and no matter what people say and saying like, no, I don't believe that. That's not true. That how can like that's not true at all. Like I do like you and blah blah blah. It doesn't matter. Like you're just like, I can't handle my feelings right now. That's my truth right now. That's my reality. Definitely, everyone has some experience with dissociation and spectrum of delusional thinking. We all have some kind of mild psychosis occasionally. I agree. I definitely believe that. The difference is for someone like him is a frequency, duration, intensity. Yeah, for me, I would definitely say I agree for sure. It's frequency. How often that happens. Sometimes it doesn't happen a lot. Sometimes you do listen to people. Other times you're just so into your own world, you're just like, you're not hearing it. Duration, it could for some people it just takes them to cry it out an entire day maybe, and then the next day they're open to listening to it. But I'm sure for Wump, like you said, it can last for weeks. And then obviously for intensity, it's just like how hard you believe that. Like how far are you going into your psychosis? How far are you going into it? How far from reality are you bringing it away, as opposed to or how far from reality that other people are trying to tell you, hey, this is reality, this is what I'm feeling, and you're like, no, because of this and this, and you have all this like proof in your head, quote unquote proof and stuff. It's so difficult when it comes to psychosis. When he's in one of these episodes, he experiences this multiple times every day, very intensely, and specific delusions typically last all day or a week even. Yeah, for sure. No, I get that. It must be really hard for you too, Ducky, because there's so much like reassurance that you have to give. I can't imagine like what's the routine that you have that maybe helps Wump, that helps him like realize he's going through this and trying to help him. I'd imagine at this point, since you've been married for so long, that you've that you've been experiencing the effects that Wumps have been going through, that you have almost like a routine or maybe something that tends to happen to help. Or is it a matter of just like, hey, I just have to wait this out. Sometimes nothing helps. Sorry, I took a little break for a second, but almost always the most well wishes and support. Never an obligation for him to push himself past his limits. Will always be there for him and value his friendship. Yeah, I agree. I'm sorry that like for Wump, and Wump has actually come to me several times about this, that sometimes I can come off as, I don't want to say come off as cold, but not there as often, and it's just because of how fast I move. I do many different things now, and I'm always trying to keep my schedule full and busy, because my brain hates being bored. But like being part of that, and I don't want him to hope he doesn't see me. Rather, I hope that I am not an issue for Womp and makes it harder for him. I'm constantly like, I really hope I'm not like not making Womp's life harder. Like I'm constantly that way. It changes with most of the time. We start with gentle reassurance and evidence-based approach. Sometimes it's just distracting with something else. Other times just sitting quietly together. Oh, yeah. It's just dependent on the situation, right? We check in multiple times a day. A lot of times you can't say the right thing to someone experiencing that. It takes time. Yeah, sometimes it takes them to just calm down, and maybe distraction techniques like what Ducky said. Sometimes it takes them, sometimes for, I know this happens for guys a lot actually. They are thinking about something deeply about a situation, but they need to do so passively. So sometimes they distract themselves with things like, I don't know, going out for a walk, playing a video game, watching a movie, watching YouTube. Like they need to do these things so like they can passively think about the problem, almost with like, I don't want to say like not fully with their emotions. Does that make sense? Yeah, like it's just watch Twitch. Yeah, like things like that. Like I feel like a lot of guys do that. And for girls, I feel like women tend to not everyone, all of them, they almost like want to fully be in their emotions and tackle it almost immediately. And so when they see men who tend to have these habits of hey, I'm gonna go and watch some Twitch, or I'm gonna watch a YouTube video, or I'm gonna watch a movie, they're gonna look at that as, hey, you're not this isn't affecting you like it's affecting me. Like you're ignoring the problem. You're not taking this seriously like I am, which is just not particularly true. It's just not true. It's just people definitely just have different coping mechanisms. Okay. So like it's just so interesting how people kind of solve problems differently. Okay, let me read this. Yeah, and those things, when you go through those things, for guys especially, I feel like that's healthier than some girls. Some girls, when they go into the discussion about solving the problem, they come with their first initial emotions without it being processed fully. With guys, honestly, I feel like it's healthier to step back for a second, process the emotions, find the right words, and then come to the discussion properly, right? Not to be confused with ignoring the problem, or like being like, well, I don't want to talk about the problem, so I'm going to do this. No, that's ignoring, that's avoiding, that's avoidance, of conflict avoidance, right? But with people who take time to process fully and then do that at least you can try to find the right thing to say to that person, and maybe with that person they'll be receptive enough. But just do what you can to make them comfortable. I agree, sometimes that just means just, you know, hey, let's watch. For Ducky, I know that you said that Harry Potter was a huge like media that worked for both of you guys. That means sometimes just sitting down and being like, hey, let's watch one of the Harry Potter movies, and that works. That's the thing, right? There's no one solution, and just depends on the day or time. Yeah, there's no one solution. Sometimes it's different depending on the problem. Breeze hours in Minecraft. Yeah, sometimes some things are just like you're coping with it and you're thinking on it. Being in conversation is very helpful to him. Discussing films or something. Yeah, I know that you said that discussing films, you guys love discussing films together, and that's really great. Sometimes just talking about how he feels will help a little. I'm glad. I totally don't have restricted emotions all the time anymore. Actually, anyone who's open in the afternoons after he finishes ketamine session soon, if you want to hang out, I think he'd love that. The practitioner said the most important thing to pair with treatment with is to be the change you want to see, to reinforce the things that you want to find joy in or improve in. He said he wants to socialize. Oh, that's great, in a healthy way. Yeah, for sure. My office days have changed for the summer. I'm Wednesday through Thursday now. Okay. That's good. We also are gonna start walking a bit also. Okay. And then get forced by the female to talk about and wonder why they're so blunt and hurtful since they have time to cope and think about it. I feel like guys, they have the time to think about it more, but I think females, and I'm saying more younger females, because I think when you get older, this isn't for all older females, but at least you've had enough experience to realize, okay, this shit ain't working. Like this whole running into the conversation and running into the conversation with my emotions is not working as a solution. Let's chill out. Let's go. Since I'm female, I only play Stardew Valley and Sims. Let's go and play some Animal Crossing and then some Sims for a little bit and relax and chill, and then take a spa bath and do a fucking makeover. But really, just like relax and do the things that like comfort me, and then come back with like better language sometimes. I feel like I'm the opposite. I need to chill. I hate going into a conversation right away like that. But I think I need time to process how I'm feeling. I think that's a very healthy way, but I think that everybody there should at least pull out their emotions fully. That's not to say, like, don't come out and be like, I don't want to fully say what I mean. Just say what you mean, and if it's starting to get heated, just be like, I need a break. Let's talk about this later. I can't right now. Like, fine. You know? I definitely have learned that when I was young. And it was mainly because I felt like I knew how to explain myself well when I was heated. When I was heated and angry, I could explain or express exactly what was bothering me. Like exactly what was bothering me, my feelings perfectly fine, right? Which let's say that is correct, right? Let's say I was correct. Let's say I'm correct. I am explaining myself correctly in that scenario. Sure. Which may not always be true, first off. May not always be true. I think that I am, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I am. Okay. So, but let's say hypothetically, okay, theoretically, I am explaining myself perfectly fine. But does it mean that the person, my partner or my friend or whoever I'm talking to, is in the right mind to receive that properly? No. So at the end of the day, it's not very productive, even if I'm trying to be productive. So I think it's okay to take time for both people, not just me, but for both people to be prepared to have that conversation. Number one, find the right words to express their feelings. And number two, be prepared and have an open ear for what the issues are. So the second one is so important, more important than speaking IMO, because like if you're not listening and understanding what your partner is saying or your or the person you're having an issue with is saying, then why even have the conversation? You know what I mean? So I think regardless, making sweeping gender statements isn't necessarily helpful. We're all human. I mean, yes, that's the reason why I said like this is not for all, but it tends to be the case or very common for that. Because okay, this is my own experience, I should say. My own experience is that I see that a lot. It's common for a lot, and it has to do with society and societal expectations. One of them being males having to suppress their emotions and stuff like that, which is nowadays not expected, but definitely in the past too. Not in the far past, but pretty recent past, that men are expected to, you're expected to keep your emotions inside because nobody wants to see them. It's just like, no, we should be able to see your emotions. But yeah, it correlates is basically what I'm saying. But he'll be Wednesday and Friday now in the mornings. He'll be available probably around 1 p.m. our time. Wednesdays and Fridays. Wednesdays. And Shami said her office days are Wednesdays and Thursdays. So it'll be Friday that you'll be available now. I'm perfectly fine with hanging out on Fridays. We can pick up a new series if you want to as well. If he wants to watch a new series, it doesn't even have to be anime. It could be something like just a show or something. I'm totally fine with doing a meetup on Fridays. I'm always home on Fridays. Yeah. Ooh. I'm always home on Fridays too. This Thursday I will not be home at night though. I will have my morning stream. Just because I have my I have a doctor's appointment on Thursday, so yeah. Okay. So with that, hopefully that tangent didn't go too far off. We're gonna finish up this. We're already at 4 hours of streaming. Wow, what the heck? All right, here we go. Let's finish this this color off. This is A. I believe.
Surveillance camera saw J.R. Colley's car heading to Amanda's home.
Nobody was home. Amanda was not there. He ransacked the house and destroyed TVs and furniture and walls.
As he's looking around, he finds clothes, men's clothes that he knows aren't his, and then he searched some more and he found some sex toys that he knew that was never any part of our relationship.
What if they're for herself? Hello, brother? Like, she can use a fucking, you know, sex toy by herself.
And I think that this
I don't know, man.
infuriated him, and he began calling Amanda to tell her that he was at the house and he found these things and he was angry.
Girl, don't go then. Do not go to the house.
Forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Really funny you don't want to talk yet, huh? You know what? We don't need to talk. Don't do nothing to me. I won't do nothing to you. I won't bring this up in court about what you really are. And we both know what you really are. You're lucky I don't tell our children about this, Amanda. You're disgusting. That's what you are.
Wait, wasn't he also cheating on her? Wasn't he also cheating on her? Wait. If any of you guys have any saved up super extras, special good vibes or anything, he'd really use them. If this treatment doesn't work, we legit have no idea what to do next. His current doctor is well known as field and specializes in treatment-resistant depression, and he's saying he's out of ideas. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I can hear you. I hear you. Please give us all the good thoughts. We will. We'll try to grab some good vibes. I'll try. I'll try. I don't know what that means. I mean, like I don't know what that means. Honestly, I usually just try to be the same, you know? I'm not like, now I am in good vibes. I'm in good vibes. I've pulled the lever. And I'm in good vibes mode. Like, I don't know. I'm not praying for. I don't know, dude. I will be on my best behavior. Does that help? Though some people, okay. To be honest, people are like, when you're on your worst behavior, it's good. I'm like, God damn it. So suck the happy energy from the earth. I don't know. Maybe I can show him my plants. That's the only thing I could think of. They're like, when you're on your worst behavior, that's when it gets fun. I'm like, all right, fine, I guess. I suppose that's fine. All right, here we go.
That very morning.
Eating for two. Hold on, wait a minute.
Violation of that injunction.
The violation is correct.
The night before, he had been drinking. He can't sleep. He takes some Ambien because he'd been prescribed that.
Put your hand down. Please tell me your full name.
James Colley Jr.
Mr. Colley, how old are you, sir?
35.
Have you ever been treated for any mental
He was
illness?
35.
Now under the influence of any intoxicants?
The judge was unaware of Colley's rampage just a few hours earlier at Amanda's home and agreed to let Colley attend anger management classes instead of being sent to jail.
This is gonna
Brother,
be
what?
supervised
For
probation.
real?
And Mr. Colley, you wish to enter a plea to the charge? No contest? All right, the plea is accepted. Adjudication will be withheld, which means this is not a criminal conviction on your record. You'll be placed on 12 months of unsupervised probation with early termination if you complete everything early.
So he ended up getting a better deal than he had originally anticipated.
All right, so
Yeah.
in addition to that, you're to have no violent contact with Amanda Clanager. All right, Mr. Bedford, is that all you had?
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, good to see you.
Thank you, you as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. You're
I
welcome.
wish we could play a game together.
He
Man.
had his employee badge on and he was dressed in like slacks, collared shirt, like he'd be going to work.
And when he left court, he tried to call Amanda.
Wasn't he put on a fucking restraining order?
Please talk to me, please. Amanda, I'm out of court. Please talk to me. Maybe please, this is the last time I'm calling and begging you, please.
She picks up the phone and they have about a 14-minute phone call.
Okay. Okay. I got a couple more left in this one. There's a lot at the bottom here.
And instead of going to work, he went and he made us one stop at a gas station, filled up his tank, and at that point he bought beer.
It's now 10:11 in the morning.
He has a... Do you remember, guys? He has vices and also an abuse problem. You know. Just normal shit. You know? Just fucking normal people shit that people deal with.
St. Johns County Sheriff's Office 4. Hi, my sister lives at 260 South Bellagio Court. She has an injunction against her husband. They're going through a divorce. Apparently, he broke into her house about 4:30 this morning and busted every TV in the house. I'm not sure if she called to report it, but I want to make sure.
Amanda had returned home and was taking stock of the damage from JR's rampage a few hours earlier. With her was the man she was dating, Lamar, and two friends.
Lamar.
And another friend, Rachel Hendricks.
And I'm here with Rachel Hendricks. This will be a sworn recorded interview.
Rachel would later describe what happened that day at Amanda's house.
Gave Amanda a hug immediately. She was crying on my shoulder. She was very upset over the way that the house was trashed and ransacked.
The sheriff's office actually responded to the residents, and she declined to write a report.
She didn't want to press charges on James because she did not want to have him put in jail for a year and be away from his kids for 1 year.
I'm telling you, it's the same fucking shit. It's her kids. At the end of the day, it was the kids. Once again, unfortunately.
Behind the residence, Amanda and Rachel,
Fucking kids. I'm telling you, no, I'm just
and
kidding.
Lamar are all in the living room kitchen area. They look out the window and see him.
I looked over at Lamar. I said, "What the hell?" Lamar saw and screamed gunshots, and he ran. I never saw him again.
Ran? Why didn't he get down? What a fucking idiot. Wow, he said I'm out. He said I'm out. So he fucking ran immediately. This man was like, I'm out. Goodbye. He just fucking ran. He booked it. He booked it.
And just screaming, "Hide."
Brother said, I'm gone. He said, I am gone.
To the master bathroom suite.
Hilarious.
And hide. Amanda was on the phone with 911.
Mom, he's not in there. Please stop.
Should have just put him in jail. Just put him in jail for a year.
Screaming at Amanda, and he wanted to know, where is he? Where is he? Where the F is he? He was looking for Amanda's boyfriend.
Put that down. Put it down.
Oh, wow. Oh,
And Lindy was also on the phone with 911 in the closet.
911. Hello?
James goes to the closet door and starts trying to get inside. Well, Rachel is holding the door from the inside and he can't get in. And so he says, "Let me in or I'm going to shoot through this door." Well, he did.
Ma'am.
This fucking...
Oh my god. Go ahead. She just said on the other line, somebody said put it down. It was the same area.
But when he
The-
came into the closet,
Dude,
he walked
these 911 operators are like, ma'am, ma'am, can you just, my god, she's not fucking doing anything. Like, she's just screaming. Like, what's your address, ma'am? Dude, what do you mean? Like, do you hear these women? They do not give a fuck. It was like a normal day for them. A normal Tuesday, literally. What the hell?
walked past me and walked up to Lindy. She screamed, "Oh my God, no!" And he just shot her. He didn't say anything to her. Nothing, just shot her.
Rachel is standing behind the door, so when the door swings open, she's essentially concealed, at which point Rachel circles out of the closet and runs.
And the whole time I was
So
running,
she
I was
didn't,
thinking,
she didn't,
"He's gonna shoot me from behind. Be prepared to fall.
she didn't,
I'm gonna get shot in the back."
she didn't get shot then, even through the closet.
Shooting, and I ran. I just ran. I mean, he just sent paramedics. I think he shot everybody. He has a handgun. He's shooting everybody.
Wait, he has a handgun? Oh my god, what a pussy.
I am so scared.
I know. It's just taking driving time to get there.
I'm so scared. I'm just.
Listen to me.
She's doing great. She's doing great though.
She said she got grazed by a bullet when he started firing, and she ran to the neighbors.
But he point blank shot my friend that was right in front of me. I mean, I'm scared to death for my life.
Is that Amanda?
He shot Amanda, and he shot Lindy Dobbins, our other friend that was there with us. I'm hiding in a closet at the neighbor's house. I'm scared to death.
Okay. What's your name?
My name is Rachel Hendricks. Oh my God. This is the worst thing that's ever happened in my entire life.
I'd imagine, God.
I know. I'm just so scared. I'm scared he's gonna come try to find me. Please.
It was just such a tragic and appalling and just shocking incident of domestic violence. Really was off the scale.
Information about a deadly rampage in a St. Johns County neighborhood. Investigators say James Cawley shot and killed his wife and her best friend in the Mirabella neighborhood.
This case took over the local news when it happened. We were intensive covering the aftermath.
Several detectives are here. They're inside the home right now.
Breaking news right now. 3 St. Johns County schools are on lockdown as police look for a shooter.
And our fear was that he was going to go take the kids.
Investigators are still actively searching for James Cawley.
We learned that he left the residence. He called his dad and his sisters and told them that he had shot Amanda and killed her.
What's your name, sir?
James Cawley Sr.
What did
Did they try to
He told me he shot 2 people.
protect him?
Yes, he said, "Dad, she's put me back in jail. Said I can't handle it no more. Said I don't know what to do." He said, "You know, it's over." Said I'm trying to do everything I could, but she keeps on putting me in jail, aggravate me, and just won't let it go. He said, so I done what I had to do.
And he then went and
What the fuck?
got some items from his sister's house and began fleeing out of the state of
Hello?
Florida.
His sister didn't call the police and was like,
We need to find James Cawley.
my brother just fucking killed 2 people. Can you please route him here? Like it was not.
I've got a report of a complainant.
Alright.
The first sighting of
That's
James
fine.
Cawley after the murder was
With that thicker than blood bullshit, huh?
Following her, attempting to run her out of the roadway.
A woman was driving and he was behind her and continually trying to run her off the road.
He just had me come to a complete stop in the road and tried to hit me. I had 3 small children in my car.
So police caught up and conducted a traffic stop on him and took him into custody. He was
Nice.
intoxicated he didn't resist their efforts, but he was definitely intoxicated.
I drove here from Florida, 10 hours to talk to you, to get some answers, get your side of the story of everything that happened there.
He knew where I was from, and I read him his Miranda rights, and he immediately said that he wanted an attorney.
Which I think you're going to need to take me back to Florida so I can have an attorney before I talk to anybody.
It was a very uneasy feeling being near him, and I'd been around many people who have committed similar crimes, but he had a different aura about him. Creepy.
What would you do if you were being accused of murder? I think I would right off the bat ask for an attorney. Just from like watching so much true crime. I've just seen, the one thing that I've seen the most are suspects talking way too much. Like, just way too much. Unless you are just considered a witness or something like that. And they're just like, hey, and you know that you're not, like, being accused. If you are being accused, I immediately, like, if somebody says, hey, you're being accused of murder right now, and I know I'm innocent, or even if I'm not innocent, I'm gonna be like, I want an attorney. Immediately. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I want an attorney. Because there's so many self-incriminating situations like that, and it's actually pretty wild how many people just self-incriminate with the stuff that they say. This guy really has no limits. He doesn't. He just went and drank, and then he hit a car with 3 fucking kids in them. Like, hello? Hello? There's actually I want to say a case. It's not really a case. There's a YouTube video that I saw of like somebody was trying to box a car in because they were doing something illegal. They were like being crazy on the road. And literally they just pushed the other car by like driving into it and then sped off. It was wild seeing that. I was like, are you kidding me? People are insane. They're insane. But anyway, continue.
Of, you know, this could potentially be a death penalty case, and then our job ultimately became proving that it was in fact a premeditated murder. But in order to get the death penalty, we have cold calculated and premeditated as a factor in the motive and exactly how many opportunities Mr. Colley had to stop and change course.
Colley got the photo of Lamar mowing the lawn just a few days before the murder from his neighbor, Mike Dickens.
This is why I wanted to find out, was she cheating? You know, and that's why I took that picture. I'm like, what? He said, man, all this S&M and all this stuff. I'm like, okay, James, big deal. Big deal. You knew she was cheating. Nobody knows who the boyfriend is. She's cheating. You're going through a divorce. You filed for divorce. Leave her alone. And says, don't let this ruin your life. Lose a, you know, this was, you see what time it was.
Then why did he send me?
He was going to do something stupid.
Okay, but why did you take a picture if you know he was that angry?
Hello, you have a prepaid call from
James Colley,
an inmate at Duffield Regional Jail Facility.
Our investigators have access to jail calls.
Colley was on the phone with his family almost every day after his arrest.
There was one. What was C? C was one.
Nothing about anything like that. Just, am I thinking about killing myself? No. You know, have you thought about killing yourself? No.
Are you sure you're okay, Bob? All things considered?
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, just situation, but
yeah,
it's alright.
There was one more over here.
To know about his children.
Yeah, they know Amanda's gone, but they don't know how she's gone. Right.
Okay. Oh, I'm missing a couple over here.
Trey looked at Mom and Johnny, and he said, "You know what, Uncle Johnny? I don't care what my daddy did.
I'm gonna love my daddy no matter what he did.
He's like
Now,
8,
first, his family
so
make sure Amanda's relatives did not get custody of the children.
he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's probably also being brainwashed by the fucking father's family.
Start throwing mud. Don't play nice.
It does give you a very good insight, even if they're not talking about their case, into their personality type.
Hey, is there any football on the night? Ask him.
Hey, Jared, when you're talking to that counselor, you just make sure that you don't say anything that'll incriminate yourself with the others.
I thought about it, and I was just going to say that, what happened. And look, I don't remember anything from Thursday, and I kind of don't remember anything on Friday, little bits and pieces. And then, my memory started coming back, my memory started coming back on Saturday pretty much, and then all day Sunday, and,
So we know, Bob, you just snapped.
I remember things like, I'm going to be out of here in less than 20 years. You really think he's going to get a manslaughter conviction out of this?
I love all you guys.
A manslaughter conviction?
Well, we love you too, and you remember
Dude,
that, no matter what.
his family is wild. His family is so fucked up.
Dear Lord, please watch over my brother and help him get home safely. Please watch over us.
Dude. Please watch over my murderer brother. Hopefully he only gets less than 20 years.
Talked a lot with one of his cellmates.
Okay, even if he did just snap, he needs to be held. Exactly. Why? A woman just fucking died. Hello?
Say about the victims.
All the time goes around saying blah 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 and cheating got what they deserve and all this other stuff. I mean, it's just real spiteful things. And
Who does he say that in reference to?
Amanda and Lindy.
That they got what they deserve.
Mm-hmm.
The decision was made to seek the death penalty, with Lindy's 911 call a major factor.
911.
When a victim knows of their impending doom, their impending death, that's psychologically heinous, atrocious, and cruel, that they're going through that mentally and they know they're about to die. She clearly knew she was going to die.
I'm sure Rachel also felt like she was going to die too. Like her reaction was genuine.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have now been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus James Terry Colley.
Has anybody been chosen for jury duty before that had to do with this? Like this kind of murder trials? Because I've been chosen for jury duty, but it was the case was released before like anything could be done. So they must have settled it outside of court. But yeah. It's interesting. Regardless. I saw some Z around here, yeah.
Is that your understanding? Unfortunately, yes, sir. Okay.
The guilt was overwhelming, and so the penalty is really what this case was going to be about.
All right, State, you may present your opening statement.
You're disgusting. That's what you are. Call me, or I'm going to come find you. Whore.
You tell him.
The last words Amanda Colley heard from her estranged husband on the morning she was murdered.
I do it to grab their attention. I don't think there's any better words.
You fucking tell him. Tell him.
Against someone than their own words.
The state is confident that we will meet our burden in this case and that you will have no doubt, that this is a case of premeditated murder and felony murder.
Damn, girl, she went in.
At this point, ladies and gentlemen, the defense has an opportunity to present their opening statement. Mr. Shoemaker, you may proceed.
The question here isn't who did that. It's never been a question.
What do you mean, who did that?
The question is, why did it happen? How did this happen?
Are they gonna say, oh, well, she cheated, therefore she made it? Stop. Stop.
He started with an
Stop.
Ambien defense, that he was under the influence of Ambien when all of this occurred.
We believe that based on our witnesses, based on the medication he was on,
Like, just because somebody has cheated on somebody doesn't mean that you go ahead and just
won't be able to come back
kill them.
with a first-degree conviction.
Like, guys. Oh, I did miss one. Let's see one.
The prosecution's first witness was Rachel Hendricks.
She was our eyewitness. That
She sure
put
was an
James
eyewitness.
Colley there.
You saw Mr. Colley with
She's fucking there, dude.
Yes.
Terrifying.
Pointed at Lindy.
Down here.
Yes, at her head.
And nobody can tell that story like Rachel can.
Mr. Colley was trying to get into the bathroom door, saying, open the door, I'm going to shoot. So the door came in on me. I backed up and let the door come in on me. And Mr. Colley walked past the door straight over to Amanda. To Lindy, who was kneeling down. Heard Lindy say, oh my God, no. And I ran out of the closet and heard a shot and ran out the front doors of the home.
Okay, TBH, okay. If a shooting like that were happening, the only thing I can think of that I would do is I would just start fucking throwing shit. Like, I am weak, but I better be rolling and passing my strength checks, because I will throw desks. I am down to throw tables, chairs, fuck it, anything, right? Like, even if it means like, oh, distracting them for a little bit, do it. Like, that's the only thing. Even if you have to like throw a TV between you and that person, even if it means like shifting things over, like anything. But I think what's you have to do is almost like get over the shock for a second. That, I think the shock is what is the problem, because you're like almost unbelievable what's happening in front of you. But once that happens, like, adrenaline gives you a lot of strength during those. Exactly. Adrenaline gives you like, you get strength buff plus 5 and speed buff. Like, your dex is out of control. Did you see that man? What was it? Over here? When he was out of there? He was fucking out of there. Where was he? I don't remember, but he was running, man. He was running. He was gone. Like, he just booked it. His adrenaline was running that day. Adrenaline can be very good. Yeah, adrenaline can be, it's just, once that adrenaline hits, it's like, I will pull these blinds down and baseball hit you with them. Like, anything. You know what I mean? It's just, you become resourceful. Just become resourceful as much as you can. But yeah, all right, anyway.
James Colley in the courtroom here today. Yes, I do.
All right, I think I'm done with C. Pack that back up.
He's sitting there. Is he sitting at council table? Yes, he is.
That must be terrifying, seeing him.
And then the other survivor of the shooting.
David Lamar Dudley.
Let's go with
the man seen cutting the lawn in the photo that so enraged James Colley.
Is this one you? 20? No, 2.
I picked up
You.
about the same time second shot came through, which was ballpark right in this area. And then I heard, where is he? It was faint.
What did you do?
You.
I left. I thought that I was the target individual. And so I was armed. I left.
On cross-examination, Colley's lawyer, Terry Shoemaker, asked about Amanda's sex life.
Were you aware of the fact that they were still having marital relations?
I guess I'm not. Okay.
They're still sexually active. How's that?
I was not.
Mr. Dowley, were you aware of, I guess, some sexual toys that have been purchased by Ms.
Yes, sir, she knew who they were.
All right. Did you ever see those?
I never put my eyes on them.
Do you know when she received those?
I believe it was the weekend before the incident.
I'm assuming they were going to be used between you and Ms. Cowell.
Yes, sir, I assume so.
They were just grasping at straws. Just shows how far they were reaching to try to find some reason of why he would be mad. That also was a dig to try to embarrass Amanda, you know, and to kind of tarnish her reputation or tarnish her image.
But who cares? Like, why does it matter? I don't know.
Some saw as victim shaming.
That's the last thing I'm going to do is try to victim shame. I'm just trying to save JR's life to the best that I can.
Yeah, but your methods also account for that, right? Right?
Day 3 of a high-profile death penalty
Right.
trial in St. Johns County.
And the defense had to decide whether James Colley should testify.
I think that JR is charismatic enough. He could have possibly, won over some sympathy votes. But, you never know. You get up there and you have a prosecutor,
Does
hammering
charisma
down
really
his
have,
throat
like...
about calling your wife those names that you hear on the 911 call.
Yeah.
So it was his choice at the end of the day not to testify.
The defense case lasted less than an hour, most of the time spent with Colley's sister, Rhonda.
I don't know if I could ever be a lawyer. I'd have way too much, like...
I guess I was kind of the go-between, in between the two of them.
like morality in me. I'm like, this man just murdered his wife because he was jealous of the fact that she was cheating on him, even though he was also cheating on her. You can die. Go to jail.
He thought we were having an affair.
I wanted to try to show that as he was trying to save the marriage, Amanda was trying to get out of the marriage.
Yeah, and what if she didn't want to be in the marriage? That's fine. She has the ability to do so. I don't understand what the problem is.
Committed these murders and all the other charges in the indictment. But why? He committed these murders and these acts.
You think every person who's getting divorced is killing their spouse? Is that what's happening?
And in a resentment that built over time. He committed these murders because he was rejected. Rejected by Amanda. Are you asking you to return a verdict of guilty as charged as to all 7 counts in the indictment? Thank you.
Just give me the fortitude.
Guys, I'm hungry after this. I'm gonna go eat and then, or unstream and then eat and then, watch free run with everyone while eating and then maybe play something. No, I can't play something. I have to fucking study. Fuck. I have to study before tonight. Go get them noms. Watching freezing? No, free run. Free run.
Else. And it was this emotional roller coaster, back and forth, that led to these terrible, terrible events. Nothing that was premeditated, nothing that was planned out. Just a snap reaction.
Free run is German. That means freezing. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I had no idea. Well, thank you. Thank you for having me learn that. Holy shit. I wonder why it's called freezing.
Just told you that Amanda Colley.
Burn equals far. Stark equals. Oh, sorry, guys. Stark means strong. Anime factoids. Free run. They did nothing wrong.
She wouldn't confirm what he already knew was true. It's her fault. That's what the defendant just told you. And he's here, as we know, to get across his point that she's evil, she's a bitch, and it's her fault.
I love her language. She's just so, like, in your face.
What he just stood up here and told
all of Amanda's family and Lindy's family and friends were there. They were dressed in purple because that was
Don't take my color.
the color of domestic violence remembrance.
Oh wait, hold on. This was the defendant's family? Never mind. Take my color. Not defendants, I'm sorry. Prosecution. Prosecutor's family. ML is Sky. Oh.
Guilty as charged of both first-degree premeditated murder
Iron.
and first-degree felony murder contrary to Florida Statute Section 78204.
What about Heiter? Heiter.
Guilty as charged. Guilty as charged. Guilty as charged. Guilty as charged.
Once they started checking the guilty boxes, they just kept checking, you know. Kinda, he shook his head a little like, I expected it, you know, something like that.
The James
Oh, I read Heiter. Heiter means cheerful. Okay, okay, sorry.
The death penalty. That same jury will have to determine what happens to him, and that penalty phase will
Very
begin
sorry.
today.
Amanda's sister, Tammy Malone.
She was smart, she was funny, she was kind, compassionate, and genuine. Her life mattered. It mattered to so many people in so many different ways, and he took that from all of us.
I can't believe they Ugh.
Little League baseball games are attended with an empty blue chair. For Lindy to sit in and watch Patrick play. Ava's swim team t-shirts were designed with the Swimming for Lindy logo to remember Ava's mom.
Colley's lawyer for the penalty phase, Gary Wood, thought
Oh, my life's still going. I am. I'm gonna be ending soon though. We're almost done with the last case. The caster girl Fern is like far remote. That makes sense. That does actually make sense with her.
And not to be able to perceive and deal with, from a mental health perspective, the things that were going on that morning, including court, and the events that they unfolded in this case. Mr. Colley was substantially impaired at the time of the shooting.
Are you done with work, Nezu?
In rebuttal, the prosecution played the video of Colley's court appearance just an hour before the murder.
77.8K. Oh.
And then called as a witness,
Goddamn.
presided at the hearing, Charles Tindlin.
Yeah, I'm home. Have showered and blow drying hair. Aw, nice. Welcome home. Welcome home. Did I not?
I knew exactly what he
I'm
was gonna
clean and have
testify
fluffy
to.
hair.
I was hoping it wouldn't come across so strong for the
Holy
for the state, but it really did. It came
Bree, it has been holding them for a really long time though. Bree has been holding them.
So, the defense was left with an appeal to the jury from Colley's sister, Crystal, who described family photos from a happier time.
That is my nephew Trey opening his birthday presents. He was an amazing father.
Take your time.
He was a wonderful father.
Closing arguments.
Amanda Colley and Lindy Dobbins were human beings, and now they're dead. And they're dead because of one man. The choices that one man made. What the defendant did in this particular case was horrific.
Like, how can you defend this guy, honestly? Especially seeing all the voice evidence and stuff. Like, you heard his fucking phone calls. You know what I mean? Insane.
He is to a human being. In his life, in his career, in his family, I submit to you, should be taken in consideration. And will be taken in consideration. If you impose a life without the possibility of parole sentence for these counts, he will leave prison in a pine box. That's what that
There we
sentence
go.
guarantees. He's gonna die
Oops.
in prison.
There you
That's
go.
what we're talking
JR always believed that people would see the whole
That sounds so
situation
spliced. What the hell?
and that they couldn't possibly give him the death penalty based on everything that happened. It was a mistake, and he really thought people would see that. You know, something that just happened because of the circumstances.
Dude, you killed 2 people. What do you mean? It's not an oopsie, okay? It's not an oopsie.
Out of the St. Johns County courtroom, where it seems the jury has reached a verdict as to whether or not James
Like,
Colley
brother.
should get the death penalty.
All 12, it has to be unanimous. If just one person doesn't want to do it,
Oops.
you're done. It's a life sentence at that point.
Oopsie daisy, it took 2 lives. I know, it's like, oopsie. I just went into my wife that I'm separated with house, and I just shot her and her friend dead. Her friend who didn't do anything to me. Shot her dead for no reason. Oopsie. My bad. Let's go next.
Reduce a death sentence to life.
Like, Jesus, my man. My brother. Okay. I think I'm almost done with this color. Hell, I'm running out of
There
the
was never
cones for it.
an ounce of remorse that came from him.
I think what he was trying, and obviously I can't put words in his mouth, but it was more of a, this is nothing that I intended to do, but it certainly didn't help his sentencing.
What do you mean, his sentencing? What?
You characterized what happened in this case as a horrible accident. Nothing could be
No.
further from the truth based upon the evidence.
A horrible accident?
For the first-degree murder of Amanda Colley, you are sentenced to death in the manner provided by Florida law. For the first-degree murder of Lindy Dobbins, you are sentenced to death.
You can see there the family of the victims, Amanda Colley and Lindy Dobbins, crying. And then on the other side of the courtroom, James Colley's family, he turns to them and says he loves them and gives them a wink as he is led away.
He gave him a wink? He gave him a wink?
I just prayed. I prayed and cried. It doesn't bring her back, but at least she gets justice.
There is a park there that they dedicated not long after the murder. You know, there's 5 children that lost their mothers on that day. So it's a generational grief. It's not something that's going to go away for the family.
I really hope those kids change their mind
The right people would hear her story.
when they're older about their dad. Because before, when they were young, they were like, "Oh, we'll support him no matter what."
Check in with him.
No,
I wish
dude.
that a deputy had escorted him home. Amanda had done what she could do within her rights within the law, and an injunction is just a piece of paper. What I would want the viewers to know: always take domestic violence seriously. To not take anything lightly.
I'm looking for
Any act of
yous.
violence, any act of aggression, to take it seriously,
Found
because
one?
you never know at what point it might escalate and something happen like what happened to Amanda.
All right. All right. And let me move over here. Well, actually, before I do that, let me double check here before I... Oh, see? I did miss 3. I'm going to show you what I've done so far before we start working on this for next week. I do at least want to show you what I've got. Finish up this one. Yeah, I literally standing emoji because I have to look down, unfortunately. Unless I get like a cradle for it, or like an easel. That'd be kind of cool. I'm double checking to see if I missed any use before I put it away. I don't think so, though. I'm just gonna be real. Don't think so. JK, found one. What the hell? This one's like all alone by itself, okay? It was easy to miss. It was easy to miss. Why are you all the way over here doing nothing? Doing nothing. There you go. Okay, so let me go ahead and show you what we've got so far. So this is what we've done. Okay, let me put it a little bit further down. This is what we've got so far. I know it's kind of hard to see the entirety of it, but it is a cup with a bunch of like clouds and little cute little guys in there. We'll get there soon. I might just do gray so you can see the eyes later. Now throw it against the wall. I did it. It didn't do anything. That's because there's adhesive on there. There's adhesive. It's not coming out. It's not coming out. All right. And then after, I actually have a finisher. I have a finisher liquid that I'll like put over the cones so they can fully set. And then all like the shininess of the cones, you'll actually be able to see fully. So I can't wait until that's done. But this is where we're gonna stop. It'll be satisfying. Yeah, I'll do it all on camera. It'll be my first time using that finishing liquid, so it'll be fun. It'll be fun. But yeah, hopefully you enjoyed it so far. Okay, so this is what we've got. We've got, let's see, I want to say we've got a few more colors. We've got 4, 8, 9. We've got 9 colors. How many did we do today? We did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We did 5 colors, so I'm expecting us to be done with this maybe 3 more sessions, just because the W's here, there's so many W's. The W's just like completely fill out the entire border. So like because of that, it's gonna take some time, I'm supposing. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking about doing for the next 2 weeks worth of CNCs. If you guys have any suggestions as to what you want to see, I'm so down. I'm so down to see what you have to suggest. I know that Ducky actually suggested a couple what was it? Row life houses. You'll be able to see that in my throne. I love doing crafts. Like, I am 100% like in my element right now. I love this shit. It is so fun. And hopefully you have been enjoying watching me do it, and also listen to me kind of work on it, or rather watch me do it and then listen to some true crime together. It was super fun. You can find the link in my Discord. I don't think it's my Discord actually. It's here though. And if you want to see my other socials and stuff like that, it's here. Yeah, I do have a throne little thing. I learned about them because I found a stream someone was doing one. That sounds so fun. Yeah, I really want to work on one because they look so cute. And honestly, like, I've considered, because I don't know if I have enough room to kind of put these around. If you guys are okay with it and you want to do this, I could make it for you. I could make it on stream, and then I have no issue with sending it to somebody. If you want to split these the cost for shipping, I am totally down for sending you a completed one that I did on stream. And I'll maybe send you like a little card along with it. I am totally down for making it for you. Yeah. I think it'll be really fun. I think it'll be super fun to do. but yeah, you can check those out. I also have, if you want to, I want to make a Gundam on stream too. All of the products that I'm showing though on Throne are contributed. So you can contribute to it. So if you want to just spend like $5 only on it, feel free. You can if you only have $5, feel free to do $5. If you have no dollars, I just appreciate that you're here. I appreciate that you're here. Okay. Like I don't like to ask for money and stuff like that, but I love to do activities with you and give you guys content that you like to see. So but like, you know, currently with my current job situation and, you know, the fact that like I don't have one right now and stuff like that because I was laid off recently, like the current job situation makes it hard for me to reliably and logically kind of put more money into things. The only things that I've put money into is artwork right now because I have a couple projects that I need to work on that I've had in the back burner. But of course I will always want to give stuff to you guys and offer you guys like content that you'd like to see, because I like you guys. I don't know if you guys notice, but I like you guys a lot. Hopefully you guys like me a lot too. But yeah, I want to do things for you guys more often, things that you want to see, things that the Gundam you say, yes. The only one I have on there currently is one that I didn't want to do one that was too expensive, just because like I think it's unfair to do such a thing. So I put one in there that I think it's like 30 bucks. No, $60. It was $60. This one was the cheapest one that was recommended to me. There were a few that were recommended to me, but they're all recommended to me like $100 and higher. So I put the 61 down because I felt like that was the only one that was like fair, I guess you could say. Gunpla, I guess. Yes, Gunpla. Yes. But yeah, the one that I chose was the Astray. I actually have the Astray Mini, like the super small Astray. I was gifted it by somebody. It was the red frame. Yes, red frame. The Astray red frame. Correct. With double swords, with both swords. Yes. I was considering doing that, and also the same thing applies here with with Gunpla. If you would like to, maybe I'll do like a raffle or something for who ends up getting the final product. I am totally fine with that too. If you guys want to like splitsies the difference for shipping and stuff like that, I'm cool with that too. So yeah, I'm cool with that too. That'd be cool. I find that would be really fun, doing the Gunpla. But yeah, Gunpla, and then also the little the Row Life DIY little house DIY kits, or just in general the DIY kits in general. Yeah, those will be super fun to do on stream as well. So if there's any other crafts that you would like to see me do, I still need to do crocheting. I actually have the blanket that I wanted to make last year for Mood Blanket. I haven't done that yet. I haven't finished it yet, so I still have that to do as well. So yeah, I think that'll be it for me today. Thank you guys for, holy shit, 5 hours. I haven't done a stream like that in a while. A 5-hour stream. Most of them have been like 3 hours recently, sometimes even less. But yes, thank you guys for joining me today and watch me do a new diamond painting and listen to some wild true crime stories. Thank you for the stream, B. Only 7 hours to a 12-hour stream. Oh my gosh, no. If a stream is fun and does not feel exhausting and time flies by, exactly. If it feels fun, and it has been feeling fun, it's been great. I cannot believe it's 4 o'clock right now. Then it doesn't feel too bad. It doesn't feel bad at all. The only thing that's bothering me right now is that I'm hungry, but But yes, if you are not aware, today I am doing double stream. So in about what, like 3 hours? Fuck, at 7:30 p.m. CST. So just in a few hours, I'm actually going to be doing Japanese lessons with Shami. So this is actually just the first part of my stream. I will be back to do some more to stream more. So today is Taco Tuesday. You say that. I wish I had some tacos right now. I'm so hungry. Tacos sound amazing. We can push it up if you need. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think so. I think I'll be okay. Chicken bulldog sauce tacos. That sounds very hot. Very spicy. Very spicy. Stir fry today. Oh, okay. Sounds great. Stir fry. Tofu and pork belly? That sounds so yummy. What the heck? But anyway, I'm gonna end stream for today. I don't know what I'm gonna make. I'm gonna have to look in my fridge. It'll probably be something like nuggies or something. No, I don't know. I have some vegetables in there. I have some broccoli. Maybe I'll stir fry some broccoli and stuff. Now I'm getting hungry. Yes, get something to eat, guys. Get something to eat. And then we will come back. Salary, stop. I see you. I see you. And besides, Salary, this is my part 1. I'm doing 2 streams today. You'll see me in a little bit. Don't even worry about it. Stir fry nuggies and broccoli? Oh my god. I'm not. That sounds cursed. That sounds cursed. I'll probably do some broccoli. I'd like to do some broccoli. That'd be great. I'd love some, or some roast broccoli would be good too. I think I grabbed like 4 freaking heads of broccoli heads. I might just make all of them. I don't know. Tuna and broccoli? Salary, not this again. Guys, okay, Salary and I were talking yesterday, and I was like talking about how I was gonna bring a casserole to my sister's Mother's Day brunch, and he was like, have you ever had mac and cheese and tuna and mac and cheese? I was like, that does not sound great. He goes, no, it's delicious. I'm like, what do you mean? Tuna and mac. You guys have had that? Wait, you guys have had tuna and mac and cheese? Bro, I do it all the time. For real? I've never heard of this. Hold on, 1 second. Tuna and mac and cheese? Classic? What the fuck? I have never heard of this before. Tuna in mac and cheese. I gotta get out of here. I can't. Bumble, hold on. I know. It's wild. It's never been heard before. I know. Come here. You want to say hi to chat? Come here. Say hi to chat. Oh gosh. Oh. Okay. Say hi to chat. Okay. All right. We gotta find somebody to raid out to. Jesus Christ. I'm just in awe. Hold on. That's so hard. Okay, let's try going for somebody that let's do a makers and crafts some person. And see if there's somebody that we can go to. Let's see. let's see. Craft, chill, chaos. Not sure what that is. Oh, floral pride moons until the tornado gets us. Oh my gosh. Happy birthday. I knew this chat was my home. Oh my gosh. You're missing out? Guys. Building my first Lego set. Somebody's building their first ever Lego set. Okay, we've got to do it. We've got to do it. Here. This person, they are a VTuber. So we're gonna, her name is Sina VT. So Sina VT. Let me get her. Sina VT. And then our raid message, since they're new, we listened to crime, and now we watch your craft. There you go, and then I'm gonna put a little thing there. There. Now you gotta do bees nuts? No. I only do bees nuts when they're my friends. When they're my friends. Okay, when you're my best friend ever, I go bees nuts to you. See you later, bee. Goodbye, guys. I will talk to you tonight, okay? Thank you for coming to stream. I appreciate you. Bye bye, bees. Bye bye. Say bye, Bumble. Bye, Bumble.